angry barbarian music, and instead we have happy
Oh, I don't
playing no
hear it.
music at all.
Oh, okay, good. That's why I don't hear it.
Yeah, I did play no music at all. Thank God, Libby. I was gonna be like, oh no, here's Libby already. She's like, I can't hear a thing. I love it. Well, there's a reason for that. There is definitely a reason for that. Um, so, boy, a lot of time has passed. Weeks and weeks and weeks of time has passed, and here we are now. We're going into we're going into a brand new chapter of the book, which is called The Palace of the Fallen Stars. But before we really get there, we actually have to bring you guys up to date. And by bringing you up to date, I mean we're going to have a recap. And by being able to do a recap, I basically mean not just a recap, but we're kind of like we're going to have a full session just to talk and plan, I guess. So there's some stuff to be done here. There's a lot of important things. There were important decisions made. There were battles fought. Oh my gosh, I'm really not liking this. There were battle. Oh my god.
Not liking what?
Are you okay?
You guys are gonna have issues here real quick.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I have to do a yearly renewal now. My god, I hate you. I don't know if I even have PayPal anymore.
Of course you do.
Oh, they gave away magic money that I had from selling my magic cards, and I think I've divorced them since. Oh, well, nope. There, it still works.
I mean, that feels like a very Doug thing to do, so...
We'll see if it works. I'm just going to say approve and see what happens. I have no idea even what. Nope, PayPal agreement has been canceled, Libby. Ha! I'm out of that shit.
Well, you better find a credit card.
Hold on. I think I've paid. Everything is good. Now there's peace in the village again.
Good.
Okay. We're going to try this again.
Mm.
Thank God. Okay. So I paid for a year membership. We went through that year, and I think it was just me not renewing the membership that did that. So it wasn't anything to do with them being money hungry bastards. So we're good. All right. So we are going to come back together. The torchbearers are, and I would like your input on how this would play out, because I've got a little bit of guidance here about how Sunny wants this to play out, like with her arrival into the city and everything. And I think that sounds pretty good, except the secret arrival into the city thing, because that's going to be hilarious seeing you.
Secret. It was secret. I knew better than to say like actual secret. Come on now, Doug.
Well, you tried. You tried to sneak into the city because, I mean, obviously you thought this would be a great idea. And it wasn't until Valdrin, traveling with you, notes that the city is kind of a staging ground now. Torch is the staging ground in the south for their southern forces. And it is such an importance there to the war effort that there would be thousands of barbarians from your favorite tribe, other than the Black Horses, all around. Which, yeah, you're talking about the Bloodgars.
Oh, okay. That was not in my plan. So yeah, okay.
So you're kind of able to get to the city, and when you get to the city, there, the outer fields are layered in tents and fighting circles and tents and training grounds, and then more tents and maybe a trade caravan that's set up. And then maybe a large like outdoor tent that's being used as like a dining hall with casks of ale being guarded by bloodgars. And this goes on for like a half mile around Torch.
Oh,
As you see, basically all the bloodgars, or at least as many as you think would get off the river, have come off river and have set up camp here in Torch. I do have. No, we're not going to say that yet. I have explanations. I have explanations for things, but I'm not going to tell you them yet. During this time,
fair.
Sunny,
Yeah.
you have heard only very brief messages delivered to you from Tor. Basic updates. Very brief, not daily, not 3 or 4 times a day like you expected, but very brief. It seems like even during one of them, why you kind of left mid-sentence and you're very frustrated that he didn't reply more. The next day, whenever he's sending you a message, he says that he's only has the ability to send one sending spell occasionally to you.
What? No.
Tour
He
or
can send like a jillion.
That's kind of your response to him. But then you have like a muttered response, and in the background, you hear another male voice. Something's going on, though, which kind of has been buried deeper in you. I mean, at least you know the village is standing. At least you know that there hasn't been some, horrible assault, preemptive assault by the Technic League. There isn't anything just, dastardly going on. But there's something there with Tor. Something has started. Something's different. Like if he's under this kind of pressure, or if he somehow has these inability to actually send out messages to you. It's really weird. Meanwhile,
that.
Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, Delstria, you've been very busy. The
busy little bard.
The problem that you're facing right now is that there is only one of you. And even if you don't sleep, which Denvaya has offered to brew you some concoctions so that you can stay up perpetually, and there's some major, major drawbacks to staying up for 72 hours straight, you found out. The project underneath Torch itself to extract and smelt from the engineering area has been complicated. A lot more complicated than you thought it would be. Thank goodness you actually have your resources in place there to help out. But to add to that, every single time you go to Torch, you're having to settle some kind of minor dispute between the barbarians and the people in Torch. And it seems like you're getting there in enough time that it doesn't get overblown. But you see now that a lot of them are now using you as the judge in some of these cases. The barbarians do not trust the non-warrior leaders and the town councilmen. The town councilmen do not have the sway then, to convince the barbarians of one way or the other. And even when you try to reinforce that the town council are they are the law of this town. Even Haril himself of the Bloodgars seems to kind of overstep them and go to you whenever there's any kind of issue he needs to bring up about the townsfolk being rude, or little kids chucking rocks over the wall at barbarians as they pass by, or any kind of thing like that comes up. So no, it's minor, Sonny. You'll get Libby's been dealing with a lot now.
I just want to know what kid is like, oh, there goes that barbarian. I'm gonna throw a rock at him.
Well, it might be the same barbarian that maybe punched his mother in the face last time he was in town. So, anyways,
So
you know,
did
kids.
we get back the adamantine that was
God.
taken?
You did get back the adamantine.
Good.
And it was within the same chest where it was stolen from. Matter of fact, there's already a replacement material, so sitting to the side of that chest. It wasn't quite inside of it, but it was to the side of it, just showing the skill of Ron Tony and whatever other kind of agents that he has in being able to move without being noticed in the city. Right underneath your own eyes. Marshfield is a different situation. You've been extremely busy with Marshfield, and without giving too much away, I'm just going to say that there have been several additional casualties. Nothing fatal, but definitely some people that need to be restrained or that need continual sedation because their minds have kind of broken from the experiences they're going through. But for the most part, the village, you see strength in it. You see a hope there in the long term. But as you are the one that's able to come back and help with Tor by your side, the several times that he's able to get out of that forge, which is not very often, it seems.
He's just so busy.
He's very busy late into the night. And the several times that he's able to get out, though, he's able to use his magic to try to restore them and to try to bring back their sanity the best that he can. So in this day, 2 days ahead of time, because Sonny wanted to be tricky and sneak in.
So since we've like skipped ahead so much from our days on the
yes,
I don't know what day exactly we're on. So
that's a damn good question, actually, because your DM doesn't know. Let's see here. Hold on.
So we left.
I got 3 different dice I'm rolling. Hold on.
So we left the valley on day 67, according to my notes.
So say it's 26 days after that. Because that's what the dice just rolled.
So day 93.
Yes.
All right. We're going to
That's
go
a good
day 93. Okay. That's
Wait,
what we're going to...
we have like question mark 93. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And I know that we are skipping around a bit, so that can be confusing. And that's why I don't want to give too much of an update right now, because Delstria, as you're going from the town council, oh my lord, how many times have you been in this council hall? How many times have you had to go
Too
talk to
many
Dolga
to
at this
count.
point? Joram has definitely, you've repaid the debt plus some each time Joram has brought up like things that are happening. And by the way, that asshole Bill,
didn't he lose his license or
he
his
lost his
permit?
Lost his permit, but he's still now he's working with somebody else in one of their shops.
That motherfucker.
And it's not good. Like every single time he can, he brings up like he brings up specifically a formal case of Gorley wanting an investigation on Gorley and how one of the torchbearers family was involved in the death of Gorley and how there should be reparations paid for killing one of the Smiths.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him.
Yes. This is,
Delstria.
I'm telling you right now, Sonny, this is normal shit now Delstria is dealing with every day. It's just like Delstria is trying to get right now through Torch, through the streets without having anyone else bring up any bullshit, because she's got to get back underneath Torch to find out what Cassandra has done, because Cassandra has supposedly got the smelter to work. And right as you're making your way through town, you hear these cheers from outside in the barbarians' encampments. And you look over there thinking, what now? And you look and you see 2 horses riding along the path coming up to Torch. One of them, this magnificently massive black stallion.
So pretty.
And the other one, a white horse of much sleeker, smaller size. And they are walking side by side with hands together, these 2 riders, as barbarians are cheering and throwing their fists up in the air in celebration.
Do I recognize them?
Yes. It's Sunny.
I also have a giant bear, so I feel like...
and there's a giant bear. Oh, by the way, there's as big as a horse. There's this giant bear like behind them now.
Well, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, that's what you said yourself. You look around. Connor Bain is there, and he shakes his head. He's like, it's going to be so good for you to get back together. He says, we've been waiting for this moment. That means the time is soon. I'll go down underneath Torch, and I'll get them back with the plans that you designed out. I think it'll work. It'll speed up our progress by several days if we transfer the conduits directly through the shaft, and we just go right through the doorways themselves. We can make sure that they're locked open anyways. He says there won't be a problem unless there's a full meltdown, and that's not going to happen. So we'll bypass things. He has a curled up scrolls there in his hand. He kind of taps you on the side. He smiles at you. He says, you've done everything. He says, plus more. He says, without you, we wouldn't have been able to do it. He says, you're a blessing. He says, of whatever God you want to bless. He points over at the Temple of Bree and he smiles.
I just nod and say, just did what needed to be done. It's no problem. You guys would have figured it out soon enough without me being here.
He says, I do think a few more of your hairs have turned gray. He smiles at you.
Grayer.
And he says, and that he nods a little bit more, and he says, and that Emil, he's challenged Val again. Last time he had a rock in his hand and almost hit her in the face. He's playing dirty now.
Well, Val will just have to step up her game.
He says, he smiles. He says, it seems like Shaden didn't disapprove of it. I don't know if it was his idea or not, but the little shit plays dirty.
Well, that's how they're taught to fight if they have to survive.
He says, still though, he says, you can deal with them. He says, I'm going underground where it's safe. All I have to worry about is nuclear waste and a little bit of radiation.
I just nod. I say, we'll have to get Tor to teach him about being honorable and fighting with honor.
And he smiles. He says, I hope there's a lesson that can be taught to that thick-headed one. He thinks he's a prince. And he goes walking off, and he says, and I know you said he is. He turns around. He says, but to me, he just looks like something that should be thrown in the pond there to drown. And he turns and he keeps going.
Connor, that is not nice.
Connor is thoroughly on side of the councilman, and he's become shorter and shorter tempered each time the barbarians come up with complaints. Like, he just does not want to hear this shit. So, and it's now gone to like from serious stuff to now really petty. Like, you're at a town council meeting and somebody's talking about, someone, supposedly taking something or ripping the shingles off the roof in the middle of the night or releasing gremlins into their house or any of this other shit that just makes no sense. Yeah.
That's such a Delstria face. I love it.
Yes. This is what Delstria's been doing. You look down the hillside and you see all the cheering, and you see people bringing like ale up to the horses and handing it to the riders. And you think once more, man, some people just have it easy. Oh my God. Okay. Sunny, you were able to sneak for a while. I mean, you did have a hood pulled over your face. Valdrin was laughing, like giggling like a little kid as he did the same. And he you told him to cover up the pommel of his sword that stands out. You told him, to pull it all in, as far as the cloak. He knew it wasn't going to work. Because every time he'd look back and he'd hear the bear's like stomach grumbling, and he'd look back and he'd be like, what do we do about him? And he points back.
He's fine. No one will notice him. He's tiny.
Tiny. Yeah. That's going to be his nickname, Tiny.
Tiny the bear. You have your hands full of as many like casks of wine and ale and mead that you want, as the blood guards are giving like celebratory gifts for your marriage. And they're coming up to both of you. Eventually Valdrin's like, he says, I don't have any more hands. He says, it is good. He says, we will drink together, my friends. We will drink. We appreciate you joining us. He says, we will win this battle. And to that, there's just this cheer that goes up all around him. You see the blood guards, a lot of them, like they have bruises all over their bodies. A lot of them are shirtless, less clothed than normal, basically just having like undergarments on, or, just their trousers kind of thing. And it looks like they have been beating the hell out of each other, like bloody knuckles, symbols of Gorham, like in their skin, that is either in like circles of blood to make his symbol, or some of them look like they've even had like recent branding of their flesh, which the blood guards are not like super Gorham fanatics. But they seem to be worked up about something for sure. Obviously a battle that's coming up.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. You take your ride up to the gate. The guards at Torch are there, and you see a lot of friendly smiles as they're kind of holding back some of the villagers. And one of them, of course, the youthful guard, which had just gotten his guard duty from episode 1, book 1. He is there very proudly.
Now he's a seasoned guard after many days.
He's a
93
seasoned
days.
guard of 14.
3 months.
14 years of age. Yes, 14 years of age. As he announces to the crowds that Sonny has arrived, and he excitedly says it before turning back to you and just kind of like, proper positioning there with his shoulders back with pride that you've come back.
Oh, I'm all melty. I'm gonna smile back at him. Thank you. It's good to be home again.
He smiles. He says, the architect Delstria, she's been around here. I think she's at the town council hall. Delstria, it seems like you're picking up nicknames too.
Apparently I get all kinds of titles.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like yours might be slightly better than mine, but that... Oh, well, then let us go find the architect, Delstria.
Delstria, you can go down to the gate or go straight to the copper coin. That's where she's going to end up eventually. And you look at the copper coin, and the crowds haven't made it there yet.
I'll go ahead and go to the copper coin.
Yes, I'm so excited.
You stroll in there.
I'll try to get a hold of Tor too.
Okay. Oh yeah. Before you go to the copper coin, I mean, it's close by, right? You kind of cut through like some back streets and stuff there, some back passageways, because already some villagers are hearing that there's that Sunny is here, and they're running down to meet her. And there's kind of the same reception that you had, only it's now another one of the torchbearers assembling. It's like Avengers Assemble.
So do we have our new party members with us at the copper coin?
I'm
you
sorry,
don't
what
write
party members?
You don't have the new.
Nostra.
You don't have the new ones except for the brand new one. that has found liberty once more in his own
Libby, I don't like
facilities.
that face.
Mhm.
What did you do?
That one, of course, is going to be readily available because you see him talking to Emil, trying to teach Emil out in the courtyard about how to be honorable whenever fighting.
Libby, what did you do?
The
That is not comforting.
the forge door opens up. The forge door opens up, and Tor comes out. He says, "What's all the commotion? What's going on?" He kind of fixes his armor. Seems like it's been jostled.
Of course it has.
Of course it has.
I say our dear friend Sonny has returned.
He smiles, and his eyes like open up just brightly. He's been very different recently. You would say focused. He's become where he basically he prays a lot of the day, and he's very tied up. I mean, he hasn't been involved with you in a lot of the town council meetings, or is only going to Marshfield whenever you're going down there like every fourth day or so.
Well, I know dealing with council people and things isn't really his thing, and it makes him uncomfortable. So
it definitely does.
I'd rather let him spend time with Shaden.
His eyes widen, and he's like, he said, "We should go to the Copper Coin then."
I nod. I say, I'm sure that's where she'll expect to meet us. So,
well, good. You gather all interested parties, and you go to the Copper Coin, getting your reserved table, of course, with a golden plaque that's been would be adamantine plaque that has been affixed to it from long ago. And as you get there, Lawton he turns around, and you see Katina across the bar. She's like, "We're gonna lock it down." She says, "It'll just be for you guys." Lawton smiles. He says, "You and anyone else that you decide to bring in." He says, "But you deserve it." He says, "We need to provide you a space where you guys can talk and think. It'll be safe here." He says, "No prying ears."
Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it.
He goes out front and tacks up a private party sign on the door of the tavern. You think it's one he had to have designed from a while ago, because he just unrolls it and tacks it up. Like, it's obviously been like very well done and very slowly drawn out in its script. You guys go in and wait, because Sunny, of course, she couldn't be very far behind. Sunny, you see the commotion as the crowd is surrounding you. Valdrin leans over to you and he says, how do we get them to disperse? He says, "Do we chuck some ale at them? Mead? Wine?"
No.
He says, "You cannot drink all 3 bottles of the wine." He says,
Sure she can.
"Bloodgar wine, you can't trust Bloodgar wine."
You can. Bloodgar wine is fine.
His face just opens up. He's like, "Oh, really? When was this?
Really.
When was this experience?"
I was in Torch for a while with the Bloodgars while you were off gallivanting around.
Yeah, he says, "Here we go, the gallivanting again." He says, he points forwards, and you see the door to the Copper Coin open up, and you see Val sticking her head out, looking down the pathway towards you. And then she's like that, waving towards.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna kind of like wave at Val, and then I'm gonna look at the crowd. Okay, I promise there will be a giant party, and we will celebrate, and I will drink with all of you later. I have to go see my family first, so please.
You have this, "Oh," as the crowd.
I know. I've missed you guys so much, but
Scruffs, one of the town drunkards, says, Tell us about the basilisk. How you cut the head off the basilisk and you turned it around and you froze the army.
I will tell you that story and more after I meet with the other torchbearers.
He nods. He says,
That's a new
"She'll
one."
tell us." He like wipes his yellowed beard, his gray beard that just turns into this yellow mush. And he just smiles back. He says, "I still owe you a drink. I haven't forgotten."
First round's on me, promise.
The crowd once again cheers. And out of the corner of your eye, you see leaning into the nearby building, you see Sammy looking at you.
So catching his eye, I'm going to, because it worked so well the last time, raise whatever glass I'm holding in my hand to him.
It's a jug.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a jug of
just
like moonshine that you have.
And then I'm gonna kind of look at Valdrin and be like, "All right, come on."
Yeah, he says, yes. He says, "Chiefess." He says, "I will always follow you." He laughs again as he spurs his horse forward and Sabriel starts flying with speed, challenging your horse to a race within Torch, which you're sure is not something that could be done because you could run over a little kid, any kid that runs out in front of you. But it's quite tempting.
It is tempting.
To run over children?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, that too. That too.
No, I'll let him win this one. I'll take my
Okay.
time.
You just kind of trot behind him then
Mhm.
as he makes it up the hill. He dismounts, just basically trotting beside his horse right on up to tie his horse outside, pats her once, and then opens the door for you.
I go in.
She has arrived, Delstria. Delstria, you see a number of people inside.
A number of people.
Mm-hmm. A number of people.
Who else is there, Libby?
Well, there's a
Well.
Zoom. There's Cassandra in her form and in her body.
Oh wait, Cassandra has a body.
Cassandali's in a body. Mm-hmm.
There's Azuma.
Wait, would I know that this is Cassandra in a body, or
It looks just like her image pretty much matched what her last body was, just because of the so it's very similar.
Did you put her in her body or a new body?
Her body.
Her body.
Okay.
You see the guy in the hangout chat.
Oh god, wait, I don't have chat open.
There's Connor, there's
Oh, you
Joram,
motherfucker.
there's Dinvaya.
Is that Braid Boy? Did you put Braid Boy to a body? I hate you so much. No! Libby!
There's also Lawton and Katina,
Yes.
the co-owners. And Val is there. Val's the first one right by the door. She's hopping up and down, and she just gives you a huge hug. You look at her face, and you see a bruise on her cheek, like a really darkened bruise. She smiles at you. She doesn't even seem to notice it as she smiles at you, and then she extends her hand to try to shake Valdrin. And Valdrin's like, "No," he says, we do not do that. We clasp, though. And he brings his hand forward and clasps her as the Black Horse tribesmen do on occasion. She smiles back at him. For you, Delstria, you see Sunny. Mainly in the same form that you've seen from the past. Not much has changed.
Except her clothing. Her clothing has changed because Sunny goes through a lot of clothing, apparently.
Sunny goes through a lot of clothing.
Also, she now has a brand on her body. She has a giant bear paw over here.
Which is still apparent.
What do you mean, why?
What do you mean, why?
No, I said,
you yell at her across the bar.
Oh, you said why. I was like,
what do you mean, why?
Oh, good.
And the reunion party has started.
Yeah. Delstria, I'm gonna walk up and put my hand on Val's shoulder and kind of step around and give Sunny a hug.
Hi, I've missed you.
I've missed you too, my friend. How have you been doing? Is Bear okay? Are you okay?
Oh, he says. Valden says, "Oh, Bear," and he opens up the door, and he's like, "I'm sorry." And Bear just kind of like huffs as he goes ahead, and he just shoves his way through the doorway, scraping on the sides of it.
I feel like he's gonna come in and he's gonna see Tor and he's gonna like run at Tor because they had such a connection.
Tor is sitting down, and as he stands up, like to see you, that's when the door opens, and Alpion just shoves and kind of gives you, Delstria, like this lick as he's going, like this slobbery lick that catches your hand, and then he keeps going. Like it's like a hey as he keeps going. And you hear a crashing sound as he smashes into Tor, and a table flips over on its side, and pretty soon he's right there, like smothering Tor on the ground.
I'm gonna look over. Alpion, be nice, please. Tor, are you good?
Tor just kind of like, stop. No, that tickles, as he licks. Valdrin shuts the door, and he's like, I think and he puts down the bar across the door. He's like, all right. He looks at you, Delstria. He says, so good to see you again. He says, I hear that you've been watching over the entire town.
So, well, it's been challenging around here the last month. The Bloodgars haven't taken too well to civilization.
He says, if only their leader, Gorak, wouldn't have been so distracted. But Gorak has taken in 3 more slave wives for himself. It's remembered he's been very busy and distracted during this whole thing. It's quite upsetting for the other leaders.
But I can imagine.
It looks like they are training due to maybe the influence of Gorum.
Yeah, I can tell you guys all about that after we get settled.
Yeah. He says, my apologies. He says, I am used to coordinating too much. I need to slip back behind this one. And he smiles over at you, Sonny. He says, we have an announcement to make.
Sunny is full on not paying attention. She's staring at the new people. Like, particular brain boy, like...
That one somehow has like was shaped like a brandy glass, and is twirling around something in the glass, and his eyes perk up, and he smiles at you, and he takes a little sip of whatever is in the glass.
Delstria, who?
Oh, well, of course, you remember Denvaya, and Cassandali has been restored to her body.
Cassandali has like a pad out of some sort. It looks like a data pad that she's punching numbers in. She looks up and she nods to you, and then looks back down at it, types a little bit more as she's kind of distracted, it seems.
And of course, Azuma. You, of course, remember Azuma. And she's been a great help under the hill, down below.
Uh-huh.
And, of course, you remember, as you called him, Brain Boy, Theris.
I'm sorry,
Theris, upon hearing his name, he turns over completely. And with his free hand, he kind of gets his mustache and kind of smooths it out a little bit, licking and smoothing. And then he comes strolling towards you in the almost same way that you would imagine Theris as the brain. Now it seems to be formed into a person.
In Hallett. Delstria, this is going to make him significantly harder to use as a bargaining chip. He was easier to control in a jar. Why?
He was never going to be a bargaining chip.
That was why we kept him.
That's why you wanted to keep him.
Oh, Are you guys like a thing? I'm so sorry.
Valdrin pinches you, like right here. He pinches you behind your arm and he says, "No, you know what we've said about this." And then he walks past and he gives greetings to the other people, leaving you there to deal with Brain Boy, which is now there. He's like, he says, "Well, hello." He says, he says, "You know, I used to revile this, but I actually think that it's quite delicious." He says, "And what do you think of me now?" He says, "Quite enchanting, wouldn't you say? She let me design parts and bits, a little piece here and there." He says, "I am much improved from what my other decaying state was, and I have now said to myself, I've dedicated that I will be practicing in physical exercise to mediate how much I'm consuming on a daily basis."
Sunny's gonna like kind of glance around them to see if they're paying attention, and she's gonna reach out and like poke him in the chest. Do you have a button to turn you off still?
He says, "No, as a matter of fact, I do not. I am free and liberated due to one of the Torchbearer's valiant efforts. And I must say I've learned quite a bit during this entire time with her."
Delstria, I'm so happy for you.
He smiles. He
Oh,
smiles.
no, we haven't been teaching him those sorts of things, Sonny. Just just the area and what's been going on, and
Mhm.
you know, he's as displeased with the Technic League as we are, and he knows the area and the layout.
He says, "I absolutely do. And not only that, but I have more to share with you about the organization of the captains as I last remember them. I think you'll be finding my advice most helpful in your endeavors. And you, I see, it looks like you've been married to a savage. That's wonderful."
Oh, Theris, no.
He says, "Oh, we aren't supposed to call them savages. We only use that word with the council."
No,
He
we don't
giggles
use
a
that
little
word
bit.
with the council.
Oh,
He giggles a little bit and he takes a step back and he has a scarf that he flips over his other over his shoulder now.
Theris, my friend, you spent way too long alone in the cave and the valley.
He says, "I'm getting a little bit it takes a little while to get my manners back. I believe that has been the thing. You said that I would have a stunted return mentally, so I've been able to cast my spells, though, and that is wonderful." He says, "Copied some spells down from some various books, and I think I'm up and running once again."
I had a few spell books in my possession that I could have.
Yes, you did, and I'm glad that you loaned them to me. Those have been returned, of course, but he's been transcribing spells out of them.
I'm gonna go and like wrap my arm around his shoulders. One, I'll let you get away with this one. You call my husband a savage again, and I will kill you. Okay?
He stops and he says, "No." He says, "And that wouldn't be very proper." He
Sonny,
says,
I don't have another body for him. You can't kill him.
"That took a very long time to
Yes,
design. Also,
it's a lot of
Well,
work.
I apologize. I believe that I should take your threat very seriously. And just to let you know, I have already agreed to help you out with plans and diagrams, and I've been running everything through my mind to present them fully to your group whenever the time is right. And in the meantime," he says, "I will behave myself and make sure that I don't say anything that might offend anyone. Wouldn't want to do that.
Appreciate
After all,
it.
certain people have very short tempers from what I remember."
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of time observing us, didn't he?
He did. He really did. He says, "Well," he says, "leader of the Torchbearers, should we get to start talking about everything and catching up?" As he looks over at Delstria and smiles.
And I'm gonna speak right up. Absolutely, we should. So, we have great news.
everyone kind of getting up, like looking over now. You see just this crowd of people in that corner in your table. You wouldn't be able to have anyone join you in your table as it is. The rest of the bar is completely empty. And you think that you could actually kind of have a party in here, as a matter of fact, from the way that this is looking right now. Welcome to the Copper Coin.
Ooh, fancy. So good news.
Thor
after-
smiles at you. It seems like he wants to approach, but he just looks at you and Valdrin back and forth and smiles and nods.
After a very interesting trial period, Valdrin has been officially announced as chief of the Black Horse tribe.
Congratulations, Valdron.
There's drinks that are scurried from the bar as they're put out on the table very hastily. and looking back over at you, he says, I'm sorry. He says, we're a little bit slow there on the pour. He looks over at his sister and she shakes her head angrily. Lawton says, we should probably celebrate this, huh?
Yeah.
He gets a tankard himself.
Absolutely, we should.
They couldn't have asked for a better leader. You're the right choice, Valdron. I'm very happy for you.
Valdrin
And
smiles.
it would appear that you have a, I'm not sure of the correct term in your tribe, chiefess in Sunny.
He smiles. He says, word is spread very quickly, I hear.
Well,
Most of the people.
she just called you her husband, so, put two and two together. Doesn't take a genius.
He smiles at you nevertheless, and he says, I am lucky. He says, we went through quite a bit, but he says the tribe not only approved me, but they approved her. This is something that was more important. We would not be able to have one without the other.
Well, why wouldn't they have approved you both? You're both wonderful, and I'm...
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because a little teenage shaman was like, bee woo, bee woo. But
How is he, Sonny?
I'm not sure.
Val's like hands on her hips. She's like, what?
So, good news, Delstra. You would have been so proud of me. I didn't punch anyone.
Azuma
Excellent.
claps with her bottom hands that aren't holding an ale. She's clapping and then looks around like it's an awkward she's the only one clapping moment.
No, I'm like, no, that's...
There's laughter now in the whole group.
Sonny not punching someone is a good day.
Really, you would have been so proud of me because there was this girl. She was kind of crazy.
Did
and I only said one mean thing to her, and I didn't punch her. So
was she interested in Valdron here?
Valdron pulls
she's-
out a chair to sit.
Because from experience, then yeah, she's very lucky you didn't just kill her.
I'm gonna look at Valdrin. See,
Valdrin nods. He says, I know. I think
She has
everyone knows.
She
now."
has a jealous streak, Valdron. You gotta Valdron. You gotta watch that.
He says, I've been watching it. He says, every night. He says, until falling asleep.
Like, I
And
don't
then
need
I
to know about
imagine-
that.
He says, I imagine then if something happens to me in the middle of the night, I probably deserved it.
you're not wrong.
Yeah. Good chance.
He says, there is a new horse also. He says, a new member of our tribe.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of horses.
Speaking of horses, oh my gosh, Libby. Both of them are back.
Oh, we got both. Okay.
Yeah, both of them are back.
Never mind.
That was a close call.
I don't know if we needed to go get the horse or not. Do we need to go to the valley or no?
No.
We'll say that I went and got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Brain Boy can teleport.
Perfect.
Isn't that a really cool thing that you have him as an ally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing I gave him a body.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, my God. I love it.
So that's basically everything that's gone on with me.
Valdrin
Really?
looks at you and starts shaking his head. He said, Sonny, you said you would tell them everything.
I
He
Wait,
says they're
one
going to
second.
find out about it.
1 second. Tor, have you heard from Kylon? Is Kylon returning today as well?
Tor looks down and he looks up at you and he says he hasn't responded.
Is it because is he on a different plane, or is the message reaching him?
He shrugs. He says I don't know. He says, but
Well, hopefully he will get back soon. He will be sad at missing Sunny's tales, and she'll have to retell him.
Tor kind of looks down at the table as if he has more to say, but he looks at all the people around and he's not saying it.
Tor? I'm gonna say
Tor.
I'm gonna say in Hallett. What is it?
Realizing that most of the people here can't speak Hallett.
Oh, they can?
Yeah, oh God, yeah. Cassandra can, Connor can,
I didn't
Val
know Cassandra
can.
can.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much.
Are there any other languages Tor knows?
No, he knows Common and Hallett.
And we can't speak telepathically, unfortunately.
Not yet, you can't.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Maybe.
Connor
Tor,
looks.
is there something else?
As you're asking that, Tor kind of looks down even more, and Connor says, "Well, he says I'm glad that you came back to us whenever you did. There's been quite a bit of things going on here with the blood gars." He says Delstria has been able to sort out most of it, but honestly, we shouldn't have had to. We had a lot of our own tasks that we needed to commit ourselves to, and a lot of other things had to be done.
I don't understand. We left and everything was fine.
Well, we'll get to that. Tell us about your time with the barbarians. I want to hear this. I sit down with a I don't know, tankard or
tankard is there. Yeah,
pint of
well,
ale.
You know, what did you like though? You like the cider, right?
I was gonna say she was a cider person.
You were doing the
She didn't trust
cider,
anything
so
else.
Lawton would have delivered you a cider. Absolutely.
I trust the water now that we've been able to get everything up and running again.
Oh,
Oh,
that's good to know.
okay.
The ale.
Cool.
Everything's fine in Torch.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's no problems here. There's no lead in our water. Yeah, you bring that out, and Valdrin just is kind of looking back and forth at both of you and your interactions. He's quiet. Cassandra gets like slowly typing on her database as she looks up and watches both of you interact. And it seems like everyone now is just focused on like the two of you. And Val is the only one that's over at the bar, and she's chit-chatting with Katina. And getting Katina to pour her some kind of a juice that's non-alcoholic.
Good choice. I'm going to take a seat next to Valdrin and like sigh. What more do you want me to tell them? I mean, so we went through all of these super crazy things, and I didn't punch people, and I met my parents.
What?
We had to go through. What?
Hold on.
Valdrin like has a finger up as he takes a drink.
You met your parents. Let's start with that. That's something different.
So,
because your parents, are they alive? That would be wonderful, Sonny.
No, they're definitely dead.
Oh.
Yeah, so buckle in. This is going to get real wild. So while traveling to the tribe for this meeting, Ridge told me very seriously not to go off by myself with anyone because it would be very dangerous. And I was like, who am I going to go off with? Well, I went off with someone because I went with the shaman. Don't give me that, Delstria. The shaman said that he knew where my parents were and that we were going to go talk to them. And so I was like, sure, why not? Valdrin has to deal with the elders anyways. And we had just
And you trusted the shaman, so yeah.
He's the shaman of the Black Horse tribe. Why wouldn't I trust him?
I would have trusted him as well.
He says he's a bit crazy. I did not know how mad he was though until after this. He says otherwise you would not have gone. He kind of squeezes your hand underneath the table.
She probably still would have gone.
She would have gone still, and then I would have had to kill him for sure.
But he lived, and that's the important part.
Good.
So
tell us about meeting your parents.
Yeah, so I was a little drunk because we were celebrating.
Shocked.
Thank you. I know.
Thor raises up his mug as he takes a drink.
And so we went to this cave, and Joss, his name was Joss, was a shaman, and he made me this drink, and he was like, drink it. And so I drank it, and I laid down. I love the super serious Delstria face, just like, and then it was kind of like a dream, but it wasn't a dream, and
so almost like a lucid dream.
No, it was more like I was in a different plane.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So I met Joss's parents, who were killed by this creature. He wears the skull of the creature on his head. It's kind of cool, but he keeps his mother's head on the top of his staff and hits people with it.
Is this a tribal thing that he does for this reason?
No,
or
I'm
just
pretty
a
sure
thing?
It's just a crazy thing.
Huh.
Interesting. Valdrin says he worships the maiden.
The maiden.
Yeah. Our favorite goddess.
Najiri.
Yeah. So I was in her realm. She currently holds both of my parents in her realm.
So they have not passed on to Pharasma's?
Nope. They haven't.
My. So do you have to set them free, or?
That would be a really good question. Unfortunately, I got attacked by things, and so I had
What? You got attacked? What? Who attacked you in Najiri's realm?
Well, no. I got attacked in the real world.
Oh, who attacked you?
Technically,
Libby, I love it. Delstria, while you're doing that, Delstria is eating some fruit and stuff on the table there. You're eating your cider. I love it. It's perfect. Lawton is laid out cheese and everything else there for you.
Yeah. So, it was the Technicleague, and there was
shit. How did they find you?
And rat folk. Oh, they were tracking Valdrin for a while, which is part of the reason that Ridge told me not to go anywhere, because
Valdrin nods.
This isn't good. Did they track
my
you?
Brother, I know she could have died.
Oh my god. I took a couple of hits. I'm fine, but the creepy little doll thing didn't get me, and that was the scary thing.
She's taken much worse, but what creepy doll thing?
I don't know. There was this creepy clay doll thing that definitely came from rat folk people that I wish I remember what it was called, but I don't remember. I want to say Chittifang?
Chitterhome, which
I was
is
close.
the biggest. Yeah, it's the biggest rat folk settlement.
Yes. That's where Red Tooth Raider was from.
Yeah.
It's a big place. I mean, the rat folk, luckily, they have said that they're going to be fighting on your side. The rat folk are going to help to infiltrate the city.
But I'm super not thrilled about the fact that it definitely came from them, and I don't know if it's rat folk in general. I feel like that's racist, but
Valdron. Do you know if the Technic League have tracked you back to Torch?
He says, I would say no, because
I mean, they have spies everywhere, so they probably know we're here. I mean, they definitely know that I'm here.
There's somebody probably within that camp around the city that has been bought off. There's somebody maybe acting as a traitor, or somebody else that is a foreigner here that is keeping a watch. He says, but at this point, he says, the ones that Sonny defeated, they were assassins that were actually very troublesome. They'd been following me for quite some time. They somehow could sense my blood or my aura or something, and they could follow me from wherever. Her killing them means that maybe there's no one else tracking.
I'm sure the Technic League have backups. I mean, we've taken out some of their spies before.
At that, you see Connor nodding. He says, never enough of them that we can take out, it seems.
Never-ending supply. So what else has happened in the time you were away?
Yeah, so after that,
well, so your parents, so
yeah. What about my parents?
What? Were you able to speak with them? Were you able to talk to them?
So
I love it. Sunny tells stories like Alyssa tells stories.
She really does. Yeah, so I learned that I'm actually a black horse.
Awesome.
Like before the marriage thing, which was cool. Although my father,
I think we all suspected that.
I mean, possibly. I wasn't really sure. I don't really look like a black horse though. Like my eyes are too big and the hair is the wrong color. But
Valter just stares at you and smiles like he's completely just smiling at you, nodding. Mm-hmm.
Well, at least you're not half alien.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
He looks over to you now, Delstree. He's like, half alien. He says, but he points over at Azuma. He says, she is alien.
Well, she's full alien.
He looks around for everyone like
she's
if they have extra arms. He looks at their arms and their heads.
I am half Androphan. Oh, I guess not everybody knew that, did they?
Everyone like starts laughing now, and drinks go up, and Azuma's like clapping with her two hands. Oh my gosh, I love it. The Valdrin then kind of nudges you, Sonny. He's like, and then he says about your grandfather?
Yeah, so my grandfather's one of the elders in the Black Horse tribe. They deal with the western part of the tribe.
Is he still alive?
Yeah. And I'm actually the only descendant from him because the rest of them have all died. And my father is like a curse or something because he buggered off with my mother. But it happens.
So your mother was not of the Black Horse tribe?
No, definitely not.
Where was your mother from?
Valdrin says the Sokoros tribe. He says they originally ran black folk from the north here.
Let me see. Do I know anything about?
Yes, please.
23. I roll society.
23 is good enough to get the tavern music back on repeat. There we go. As music starts playing again in the tavern.
For a second, I thought that was like my washing machine or dryer music, and I'm like, I'm not doing laundry.
It plays music. It plays music for you. I love that. Yes, you would know enough to know the name. It's a tribe from the north, from the far north, outside of Numeria, that there used to be like rumors and like stories about, like they were basically they were completely different, like racial profile. They're definitely lighter skinned. Some of them were redheaded. They were vicious combatants. and very accustomed to the cold and very harsh climates of the north, the far north. You didn't know about any kind of blood feud or anything of that nature, but it sounds, it sounds like one of those things that could carry on from generation to generation, that you just would not marry someone like that kind of thing.
So,
Yet,
was your father kicked out of the tribe, or?
Valdrin looks over to you, Sonny.
I'm not sure he was kicked out. I think it was he chose to walk away, and then they just never talked about him again.
Were they able to give you more information about your childhood that you don't remember?
We didn't have any contact with them. He didn't even know that I existed.
Wait, who didn't know you existed?
Oh, my grandfather.
Oh, no. I mean your parents, whenever you met with them.
No, I was being attacked, so I didn't get a chance because the tribe wasn't really fond of me, and I figured that if the shaman died while he was hanging out in a cave with me, that would look really poorly, and then they would probably kill me.
So how was the shaman able to get you to them? Maybe we can find a way to replicate this, and you can see your parents again.
I tried.
Or nods. He says, "Did you see anyone else? Was there anyone else there?
Other than the shaman's parents, I didn't see anyone. I'm sorry, Tor.
I want you to make a influence check, please.
What? I'm serious. I am sorry. Hold on. God damn it, dog. We played with influence. I don't do influence.
Tor nods his head, and then he looks down to the Albion and scruffs his face and hands him another piece of cheese. Valdrin said, "No," he says, "not all that is absolutely true. Soneva, you've left out the very important part of the story." He says, "There was a time before that you went with the shaman, and there was in our society, whenever we meet up, we tell our stories, and there are many different ways that we do such things. It is a very big event, a very day-long festivity, and in this case," he says, "many of them we went through special rites because I was to be the new chieftain. Well," he says, "I'd already chosen, very obviously, who I wanted as my bride." He says, and his face starts to turn red. She, of course, met with many of the people in my tribe, and she confessed my qualities, and she impressed my tribesmen in many parts of the day, but the most outstanding time that she had among my tribesmen was..." He smiles now, his face turning redder. He says, "She cannot dance. She is the worst dancer I've ever seen."
Oh my god, I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna punch him in the arm hard. Like, you asshole. Really? There was a reason I skipped over that.
He laughs. He laughs with his hand on his chest. He says, "They would find out. The blood guards, they are going to start to imitate it.
Well,
your dance is being imitated everywhere."
Well,
he says, they will know soon enough. It is better we tell them now. He did not quite have the movements down. There was a movement like a panther, and it seemed like she was flapping her wings, they say. And whenever it's supposed to be a panther, a very, very smooth.
You know what? I am so sorry that your little cat woman who had eyes for you was so intimidating.
He says, "I loved your dance." He says, "You danced with passion. You danced with love in your heart." He says, everything turned out fine. He says to the whole group, he says, look, he says, we're here together.
Yeah, everything turned out fine because your undead shaman thing summoned things at us and we had to kill things
He
while
says,
this
that is
horse
not
was
why
up on stones.
that is not why it turned out well, my bride.
Delstria is going to laugh
It's-
and say, well, Sunny has never been the, not the least agile, but not the most.
Tora looks down at the table. Tora looks down at the table a little bit. Valdrin says, she impressed everyone. That is what matters. At the very end, she was atop a hilltop, and she was the one. She was the one that proved our worth.
Excellent.
Yeah, good news, y'all. When we face the Black Sovereign, he is no threat because Alpian and I took out a fake Black Sovereign.
Valdrin nods. He pulls up his mug, and Azuma once again claps as she goes and drinks. And Azuma like gets a little bit wobbly. Cassandra puts her hand on Azuma's mug hand, and she says, "You need to slow down just a little bit there, hon. Okay, just a little bit. You aren't used to this kind of thing. It's not like surviving on goo tubes." Azuma just looks back, and she kind of shakes her head a little bit, and she reaches for some food instead to start nibbling on.
Yeah, so that's
Well-
what happened with me, Delstria. What's up with you?
That's quite an adventure.
I'm writing down the things that you aren't talking about, by the way.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So this fake Black Sovereign.
Oh my god, Delstria, we were supposed to talk about you.
Fine.
He-
It's
Connor's like, you should know how much how thorough she is by now, right?
You're right. Silly me.
I mean, if it wasn't for double and triple checking the couplings, we would have had those reversed multiple times.
I don't even know what that is, but okay.
He smiles. He says that's part of her story, so I can't interrupt.
Oh. Okay, well, first, Sunny's going to notice that Delstria is wearing an orange scatterlight suit.
Ooh,
And-
pretty.
And
close.
there's like a spider symbol on it that looks kind of like Spider-Man spider symbol.
Yes.
Okay.
I say, well, we can do this now. I got some inspiration from Valdron whenever we were in Idenvay. I'm going to stand up and step away from the table and tap the spider and say, come on.
Oh, yes, it comes out. The spider golem comes out and like clank, 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 clank a little bit. Like very careful, does not
But it's not
touch
very
any of
big.
the chairs. Yeah, does not touch anything. Like is very careful not to disturb anything. Yeah. And it is there.
I love it. Oh my goodness, Delstria, that's amazing.
Say,
Everyone smiles looking at it. Like they are impressed. Like even the people who've seen it before are still looking down at that.
I'm going to say,
Connor's like, that's a good little surprise for them whenever you meet up with the next agents.
yeah, they'll never see it coming. Like, all right, little buddy, let's go back in. I tap.
Like goes right up, goes right in. Valdrin's like, and he says, unlike my horse, it does not complain. You don't have to promise it sugar cubes or anything.
no, yes, it's very compliant. I'm gonna go. I'll sit back down. Well, where to begin? I guess from the beginning.
It's normally a good place to start.
Yeah. Well, whenever we before we left the valley, I take out the Wayfinder. Turns out that this is what Benevis was attached to. And we found Nimgetter, and he was undead, looking pretty worse for the wear. But he did not attack us, and Benevis reappeared out of the Wayfinder. And we were able to reunite them. And they have went on to wherever they're supposed to be. And so I was able to get this for you. I take a sonic pistol out of my handy haversack and I hand it to Sunny.
It's so
Say,
pretty.
I guess this can be your wedding gift.
Oh, well, thank you. This is...
I'm like, no. We'll get you something else for your wedding gift. Needs to be something better. But yeah, so there's a new pistol for you. I know how much you like them.
And another one to add.
And we were able to clear out the valley, so it seems so far. Peter did not want to come with us. But we visited him, and he's doing well still, trying to clear the valley.
Okay.
So we... I ended up having Connor come pick us up because we did not have time to travel for over a week. So Connor
was like, I'm so glad I did also. That's what was going on in Torch right then.
No, and then Connor teleported me right into an angry mob in the middle of
Connor
Torch.
kind of laughs a little bit. And I was like, "You, Dad," and he's like, "I didn't know they'd assembled that quickly."
Fast buggers they are.
Why were they angry?
So the townsfolk, so the Bloodgars have not, well, the Bloodgars were not treating Torch as a home. They were treating it more as a place to kind of plunder and pillage and take what they want. And they had been doing some not very pleasant things to some of the townsfolk. And the townsfolk were getting fed up with this. On the other side, some of the Bloodgars were getting angry because they were being overcharged by some of the blacksmith, and some of the adamantine that they were entrusted with had been stolen. So, we were able to calm down the mob of townsfolk and send them home. I assured them that we would talk to the Bloodgars and try to sort things out to make peace. But I told them that they needed to understand that the Bloodgars were here to protect the town, and that we were all in this together, and that the townsfolk needed to make sure they were extending hospitality to the Bloodgars, and that I would speak to the Bloodgars about their actions. So, remember our good buddy Bill?
Oh, that fucker. Yeah, I remember Bill.
Yeah, we had a chat. He was one of the ones overcharging. But
did you kill him?
No, more on him later.
What? No, what do you mean more on him later?
Well, he'll come back later. So my
I love it.
So my hometown. Remember what I told you whenever we were in Iden Bay about like my mother not remembering?
Yeah.
Well, all of the mothers and women in town began to remember their past before meeting the iterations of my father. And they started going crazy because they began to like not know what was true. One of my childhood friends was saying it was a curse, he needed to bleed people out. This wasn't the case. It was simply that the nanites that my father had injected, or the navigator, let's say, had
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh, the
You have
allergies.
your grapes there, your
Yeah.
cheese,
Torch in
Connor
the...
says, I always get that also in this building. I think
Yes,
it has to do
yes.
with the rafters or something.
Oh, I've been under the mountain too long. It's a little dusty up here. So the navigator had injected all of the women with nanites with the purpose of erasing their memories. And I guess maybe they've all just reached the end of their lifespan, or the length of time that they were supposed to work.
Yeah, you pretty much knew, that was one or the
So-
other. I guess you haven't looked into it too much because you didn't explore like how to restore them much, but I mean, you knew that you could reactivate.
Yes.
Put in a new dose, we should say.
Yes.
Have them consume a new dose.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's ran its course and would need to be reactivated or which I could have done, but I did not want to. They need to remember and decide what paths they want to take. So we're working with the people in Marshfield to come to terms with what's happened and to grow and build the town and try to come out of this stronger. Many of them have been doing remarkably well, and they have each other to lean on, and Joram has been a great help. So has Tor.
Tor nods. He says it's true. He says they have to face the reality.
And remember my father's lab I mentioned to you?
Yeah, the one that you snuck off to that you didn't take me with you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
this is perfect. At that moment, Theros is going to smile, and he winks over at you, and he says, "Quite a lab, actually. I mean, we've spent days in there, going over everything."
Sonny's gonna stare at him and like tense.
Well, it's kind of where he was born, so of course he would. So that's how we made his body.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, back to Torch. So, well, while visiting my mother, I guess merchant, we'll call him. A merchant.
I feel like merchant might not be the right word here, Delstria.
No, there's many things I would like to call him, but we'll go with merchant for the moment.
Okay.
From Kadira. Yes, from Tony. Gifted us a arrow. And he was offering, first, let me tell you that trade had been cut off from the south to Lemuria.
He says, what? He says,
there was no trade. That was another reason why the townsfolk were getting upset and the blood guards were getting upset, because we couldn't get supplies into town because there was no trade from the south. And Rontoni appeared and told me that he could fix it and he could provide trade if we would work with him. And he gifted me an arrow.
You do like arrows? That makes sense.
Yes, it was a beautiful arrow. Nice and colorful.
Tor just shakes his head. Tor just like, this just upsets him so much. He just shakes his head, and he goes back down to his drink.
Yeah. Well, I was... After dinner that evening at my mother's house, I was curious about the arrow and wanted to know more about it, so I did my, as you would call, woo-woo on it.
Your woo-woo. I love it.
I did my woo-woo on the arrow.
Okay.
And it was a living thing.
I'm sorry,
and it
what?
was
Sorry, what?
it was
It was a
trying
living thing.
and it was trying to get into my head. So, in trying to get it to show itself, I had to injure it to make it shift form. It was a shapeshifter. Turns out it was an out snake, a very beautiful snake. And yeah, so I was able to subdue the snake eventually, and Tor got a potato sack, and we threw it into a sack, and then I had to put it in the handy haversack so that it couldn't communicate, because it was sending messages back to Rontoni. It was spying on us for him.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you had an arrow that was a snake that you put into a potato sack into your handy haversack.
Yes.
Tor nods along with it like it's a reasonable thing.
Why didn't you just kill it?
Because I wanted to be able to possibly use it for leverage, and I wanted to him that
Theris says, "Sound familiar to anyone?" And he takes another sip.
At this point, I'm gonna pick up one of the grapes and I'm just gonna like chuck it at Theris. Like, really?
You know, see, so we could let him know that we knew.
Oh gosh.
And
okay. So he found you at your mother's house.
yes.
Again, that's the second group that's taking us to his mother's house.
Right? Like,
Which is what
okay.
pissed Elstria off the most, was they came to her mother's house.
Mhm.
Okay, so do you still have the colorful snake arrow snake?
No.
Tor says, we lost that when we made the deal with the devil.
Sunny's gonna laugh. Like, Tor, you're funny. So
He
what
just
really
looks
happened
at
to
you
the snake?
very seriously, looks across at you.
Oh my god, Delstra, what did you do? Delstria, what did you do?
So first, so we met with the council because we knew somebody had stolen the adamantine that the Bloodgars had brought, and the merchants had been overcharging. So to try to figure out who had stolen the adamantine, I did my woo-woo. And
we got a lot of use this
it did.
month. Okay.
In the room,
It really did.
In the room where the adamantine was stored. And it turns out that it was some agent or cohort of Rontoni. And we were going to make a deal with him for trade, and he would provide us with his supply of adamantine, which, spoiler, was our own adamantine because he's the one that stole it.
I mean, that's the best way to trade, is trade what you stole from somebody else. So, okay.
And so the day before we were supposed to meet with, before Rontoni, I was greeted by, say, an emissary.
Oh, here, I'll put a picture.
Of Cheliax.
I love the Baron Harkonnen dude. He's fantastic. Keep going.
Whose name was Cultifer, and so I had given Rontoni, kind of notice that we knew what he was up to, and we knew that he'd been spying on us. And we were going to try to get trade back open. He said that he could fix the trade. Well, that night, Cultifer came to us, and we chatted with him. So, devils may be, devils, but they're usually... Yeah, but they're usually, they may be evil sometimes, but at least they're usually pretty upfront and honest. Turns out that Cultifer knew what was blocking the trade. And it was Rakshasas. Is that correct, Doug?
Rakshasas.
Rakshasas.
Oh fuck, it's a rock shaka. Rock shaka.
What's a rakashaka?
Yeah. Well,
What the fuck?
well, they were.
Do you want to do a knowledge check, a
I
society
do want to
check?
do oh, no. Yes. No,
I have no idea. It sounds like a silly word to you, though.
it does. Keep
so
going.
they were put there by none other than Rontoni. So again, he had created all these problems and then comes to us saying, "Oh, if you trade with me, we can find a way to fix these problems." Well, of course you can. You're the one that made the problem.
Tell me you murdered this fucker.
No, we did.
Oh.
No.
What?
So,
Austria.
so I was supposed to meet with Rontoni at the town council in the next morning to sign an agreement. And so I had Cultifer meet me there at the same time. Do you need to close your blinds? Is it blinding you? You're muted.
Sorry, I was talking to the husband, telling him to do that. Please don't put those there. They're gonna fall. Put them on They're gonna fall, and then my babies will be dead. Okay. They were gonna fall. I got Venus flytraps, and will you close the blind? Just pull. Thank you.
Don't pull her finger. That's so.
No, because that one will fall and bash you in the face and break your life. Wow, that did not help at
Hi,
all.
Ben.
Libby
There's
says
Ben
hi.
again, everyone.
Will you spin? Because I know I'm gonna be needy. I'm sorry. Thank you. Hey, I can see again. Okay, I'm not blind. Okay, no. What do you mean you didn't kill this stupid fucker? Like,
Well, so we met. Well, I wanted. I was kind of trying to pit Cultifer and Rontoni against each other, and so we met at the town council out front the next morning, and I let Cultifer know that we knew what, or Rontoni know that we knew what he was doing, and that he better return the stolen adamantine, and that he needed to call off his minions and leave Torch alone. And Cultifer was going to make sure that the trade remained open and nothing else blocked it. And also offered... Hold on, I need to check my notes.
It's also a very Delstria thing.
There's
Like,
some
hold,
important.
please.
There's some important things coming up here.
They would ensure the flow of trade through the river kingdoms and alleviate any blockades.
Okay.
They also would aid us in the Civil War, and they would not make any deals with the Technic League. They will only support us. They're going to offer us 24 bone demons.
Interesting.
Was that correct, Doug? 24 bone demons? To aid us in the battle. And they would teleport the torchbearers plus 2 others to Starfall or anywhere in Numeria.
And at this point, Sonya's gonna kind of like look around the room.
Most of them are looking at, like, watching, like, nodding and stuff. Some are a little bit distracted. Tor kind of is looking back and forth between the two of you. And then you may have sense motive if you'd like.
Uh, 33?
You can tell you've been around Tor so long. You can tell, like, even though he doesn't talk and he wants to blurt out certain things, certain times, he doesn't. So instead, he's kind of tapping one finger, like, on the table, like it's one of his tells. You've been able to, you've been able to watch him while drinking, while gambling, all sorts of things. He's like tapping a finger. There's other stuff there's other stuff. There's more to this. There's a lot more to this.
Okay. So
A lot more to this.
so then 6 plus Bear will be going into Starfall.
Well, Bear is part of the Torchbearers.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that
So
would be
Torchbearers.
me, you, Tor, Kylon, and Bear, and then 2 others. Valdron is able to teleport as well. So is Theris. So we could include 2 others, and then they can teleport and bring others with them.
We could have a big party there. I imagine all of us could just teleport right in on them. What a fun time that'll be.
Continue, Delstria, because there's more to this. I'm gonna look sharply at Tor. Tor, what is she not telling me?
He looks around. Connor says, well, there was a contract signed. But we read it over. It was very plain. It made complete sense. I mean, all the wording seemed to be fine. It wasn't like what you hear, devils have you sign lopsided agreements or anything. It made complete sense, actually. The whole council and I, we all read it over.
No, wait, I'm sorry. Who signed a contract with an actual devil?
They both turn over to look over at Delstria.
Delstria, my love, my sister. What did you do?
I didn't sign my soul or anything. Don't worry.
There was a clause about your soul, though.
There was a clause, but so no, it's just
no.
They want.
Hold on.
Want.
Because I signed no contract, and I got called out with the making bad decisions because I was talking to a dragon. You've signed an actual contract with a devil.
That was the Dominion. The Dominion are much worse than the devils.
Delstria!
I could definitely see from your character's perspective, absolutely true. Nihilists wanting to destroy everything versus the devils, which are friends and trade partners and allies.
Tor, you let her do this?
He's like, he says, I he looks down.
The contract really only affects me and nobody else. So
that doesn't make it better.
So all they've asked for is basically some technology knowledge, and for me to set it up for them because I'm the only one that has this knowledge of this technology currently. And the whole soul clause is that if I die before I'm able to provide this to them, they will bring me back to do this for them, and then they will let me rest.
Delstria, this is such a bad idea. Kylan's gonna lose his shit.
And there's a gnat, a very large. and Cultifer wants what information and knowledge we have about the Dominion of the Black, because they don't want them on this world either. And I want them to be able to heal the land, to heal the valley. So in exchange for the knowledge of the Dominion, they will heal the valley. And I will provide them with some technology at some point, which can come after the battle. After we're done defeating Unity and the Technic League.
Connor says, what? He says, I didn't understand about this technology the way it was reading in that contract. It was very specific.
Yes, Connor, it was.
He looks at you. He looks at
He's
you.
gonna like spin in her chair. What kind of technology are they looking for, Connor?
He puts his head down. He says, "Oh," he says, "look at that cheese, pimento cheese." And he goes ahead and he gets some on a cracker and he eats it.
Oh, the gods have mercy on all of you. Delstria, what are they looking for?
They're looking for cloning technology, which is
I love how excited Doug is over there in the corner. Like,
It's like the setup of a whole new campaign.
just
Devils want to clone things. That should be fine.
They want to be able to clone living individuals.
Mm-hmm. They couldn't clone themselves because they are the soul. They take up one thing. Their soul is bound there to their bodies, being an outsider. But they could clone other people who are not an all-in-one kind of thing. So anything but an outsider. Specifically, Chelish rulers that really don't want to go to hell from the bargains that they've made with devils. They want to prolong their life and get more mileage out of that deal.
yeah, Sunny's gonna lean back and let out
You know
a very
about
long
Cheliax,
curse.
Alyssa? You know about them, right? Their kingdom? Like, yeah, okay, good.
Sunny doesn't, but I do. Yeah, this is
Great.
this is bad. Okay. Okay, so you
I love
signed
it.
this contract. So what happens if you can't uphold your end of the contract, Delstria?
Oh.
If I am unable to get it to work properly, as long as I've tried my best to get it to work properly.
It said specifically that she has to try her best. Full effort involved, you know.
But if I'm honestly not
Okay,
able to
no,
make it work,
like-
then nothing.
No, I mean like let's say that we don't make it through this. And Nadiri, because apparently Nadiri is in the process of collecting souls in her little plane, and you get trapped in this plane with Nadiri, and they're not able to get your soul. What happens then?
There wasn't any clause for that.
Don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why Najiri would be collecting my soul.
Yeah, why would she? Yeah.
Are you serious? Because she's... Never mind. Okay. Hey, Lawton, I desperately need another drink here.
Lawton says, how about shots?
Yes,
Everybody?
let's do shots.
Do you want me to light them on fire like we normally do? Or do you want me to just... Okay, I'll layer them.
So
then.
Layer them, yeah.
this, you know, what they do in Cheliax really is of no concern to me right now. But getting
Valdrin agrees. He says, I think that getting the trade going is most important. He says you've been able to do a lot, it sounds like, with the resources you have here.
trade is back open. We will have more support in the battle. And more importantly, the Technic League will not have any deals with Cheliax.
Mm-hmm. Valdrin
However-
looks over to you, Sonny,
however-
and says, I think it is worth the cost. He says, unless there is a problem with her being able to put together everything. But she's already, he points over at your friend Theris. Theris says, ta-da, here I am, able to show you that it works. Everything works. No worries about it.
Yes. And just be on the lookout for anybody from out of character.
Mhm.
I don't remember, where were those two chicks from Idenve from? Were they from Kadira?
Yes.
Yes. Just be
Yes.
wary of anybody from Kadira. Be wary of any cat-like folk or any colorful snakes.
I'm sorry, did you say cat-like folk?
Oh, yes, sorry. That was who
The Rakshasa are.
Yeah, that
The
was
shape
who
changers, their natural form is like tigers and snakes and things like that. Yeah, very brightly colorful.
that's who snuck in to steal the sky metal from the adamantine from the warehouse. So we have been working on beefing up security in the lab down below because the magic inside of the warehouse, they were able to suppress it. Not dispel it, but suppress it. And sneak in with nobody knowing. So people are becoming aware that there's something special under Torch, and they're trying to find out what it is.
I mean this in the best way possible, but I felt like the giant purple flame coming out of the top of the mountain hill thing was probably a good point of something weird is happening in this town.
There's kind of laughter around the
Well,
table.
yes, but with magic, it's what's under the mountain though is much more, as you know. And we've been able. I met with Shaden, and we were able to come to an agreement with. I would have him speak with the Bloodgars, since they would listen to him more than they would I, and listen to them more than they would me, and trying to put their energy towards training and sparring instead of pillaging and hurting people in town. And then we're also putting many of them to work helping us excavate sky metal from under the mountain, which is tiring them out, and then they're not able to cause trouble in the evenings.
Cassandra, as she looks up, she says, by my estimates, I would say that we probably will. She says, we could excavate nearly. She looks at it. She says, 500 pounds of sky metal. She says, after we smelt it. Says,
so we should be well equipped.
She says it should be able to bring out enough adamantine actually to fluctuate the entire market value of it. Not only will we have everything, she says, but it could actually serve as a wealth fund for the entire country if we can recapture, of course, some of it that's on loan. Says this would provide a good start for a fledgling country to be able to rebuild and to be able to maybe clean up some of the things I'm hearing about.
And the blacksmiths that had been price scalping the Bloodgars, many of them lost their permits to operate their own forges, and they've been fined. And we also found that several of them that were also doing the Bill and his friends that were doing the price gouging had also been kind of stealing some of the shavings of adamantine that was probably a good 10,000 gold pieces worth of extra shavings. So, and being able to find the stolen adamantine and get the prices back down, that helped Tyrell re-earn the respect of his men and made the Bloodgars not as angry because they, now they feel like they're not being cheated. That's been taken care of. They're being, more respectful of the town folk, and so things are on the right path. So that's good. Everything's solved.
Tor says to that, he says we've been able to do a lot, Sonny. I mean, I believe that we are ready for the battle ahead.
It's been a very busy time in Torch, but I'm glad that you've returned. The Torchbearers, the tribe needs to be whole.
Okay, it's not like I was just running around in fields of flowers here. I was also very busy.
Yes, dancing poorly, it sounds like.
Baldwin pats your leg underneath the table. He says, she was actually instrumental in getting some of the tribes to cooperate again, and she was able to, well, with having a leader, she was able to actually make sure that people with long-standing feuds had someone that was unbiased to talk with. It helped out greatly. Says, I think that we're getting ready then. He says, in short time, he says, we will have to start our march. We'll have to go towards Skyfall. Or Starfall. Skyfall.
No, I
Starfall.
was like, are we in James Bond movie?
Bow, bow, bow.
There's
he says,
Skyfall, there's Skyhold from Dragon Age,
oh
there's
my god, there's
Starfall.
so many star and sky things. Yeah, I know.
So Valdron, how are the tribes? Are they all together?
He says, as much as we could have together. He says, the problem, as Sunny and I have discussed, Dar and Wasiva Night Sign, the leaders of the White Scars, they are completely in the Black Sovereign's, as you would say, pocket. They joined as the closest allies with the Black Horses whenever we took over the city and we instilled our ruler. And since then, they've become drunk with power and act as guards of the Black Sovereign, his errands men. As a matter of fact, he has married one of their own. His wife is actually from one of the White Scars, sealing their bond with him. So except for them, he looks over at Sunny. He says, I know. He says, I know. You've said this multiple times to him, but carry on.
I'm just saying, I think we can use Cool Ingot to our favor. I think that we explain what we're doing. Like, wives are not stupid. We see what's going on. She can't be happy with the Black Sovereign, especially if he's just a puppet of the Technic League. She could be swayed to our side.
He says, I believe also his master of arms maybe will be able to be swayed also. He is one of the Black Horsemen that has decided to stay behind. He says there are a few in the Black Horse tribe that had stayed regardless. Not many, but sadly some of my own family.
What do you...
Extended family.
Yes, well, the Black Sovereign is part of your family.
He smiles.
What do you think it would take to sway them?
He says, I do not know. I've asked many people many questions about them, and I believe that being able to have a conversation, to get close to them and know what circle of influence they work in, possibly then we could find out. He says, but until then, he says, I would not know.
How is Soika? Is she doing well?
He looks up and smiles at you. He says, I believe she still has the same name, so that means that things are going well for her and the others around her. She is not the 12th killer yet. So besides that, I know that she is very good at the way that she is handling the tribe. It's good actually to see someone in the Ghost Wolves that have been able to command respect while also being a brilliant leader. She keeps them also from diving into the throats of other tribes that they don't get along with. So I would say that she has much that she's dealing with, but she's doing it very well.
Well, as you know, some of the Ghost Wolves are here. Emila's here.
And that Shaden that you speak of is a shaman of theirs.
Yes. I kind of glance at Tor. I say, Shaden has become a good friend.
Tor's face starts red. He's like, He says he's a very good shaman. He's good at leading them. and knows much about Gorham. I learn from him every day. Valdrin underneath the table kind of bumps your knee with his, Sonny. Valdrin says, he says, well, we should probably have a talk with him at some point. It sounds like he has been able to help to keep things together here. I didn't know the Blood Guards were such followers of Gorham, but it seems like they are almost
some
fanatical, I would say, but that is the wrong word. Very dedicated now.
I think many of them are just concerned that this battle is going to be their last, and not concerned, but perhaps celebrating and preparing for it to be their last, which is another issue because they feel they have nothing to lose. So that was becoming a problem.
Tor speaks up now, and this is maybe something's coming out now, Delstria, that you kind of had, like, this kind of ties in. Tor says, Shaden's been teaching me that you cannot just heal wounds and hide from death. That sometimes we're too protective. In between battles that we should heal. He says during battles we should fight.
Absolutely, my friend.
What do you mean absolutely? No! No!
Between battles we heal, during battles we fight.
No! No! No, because you know what happens? Something terrible happens.
You see that no charms around his neck now.
No. That is not how we work. We've fought together so many times, and we have this very, very ideal where we know what we're doing, and no, I don't care. Gorham is not calling you yet, and you do everything you can, and no.
Tor looks at you and he says, I've been in the back for too long.
Well, Tor, even if you're up front with Kylon, which where is he? Even if you're up front with Kylon,
it's a resounding thing that he just said.
You know that none of us will let you fall in battle.
Excuse me, you just said that you believe that you don't heal during battle. What happens if he?
Well, hold on.
What happens if I get confused and I shoot him again and he's tiny? And
Delstria took that more as a emotional kind of healing between battle, not a physical.
Delstria, as you say that you wouldn't let him fall, like during battle, he nods and he says, that is another reason why I'm stunted. He says, I have not been able to grow in my faith because I've always been held up by you.
And you have held us up as well.
All right. At this point, Sunny's gonna push away from the table and she's walking away to the bar. She's so mad.
Val's sitting there kind of kicking her legs in a bar stool, kind of hanging there. And she's drinking her drink, smiling, whispering over.
Delstria's going to say to Tor, wait a minute, I think I misunderstood you.
Valdrin's wait a minute. He says, friend, you all work together. This is part of being allies. You help each other during battle or in between battle. He says, you keep it yourself. Tor says, too smothered. He says, too protected, too guarded.
That's what family does. We protect each other.
I want to bring back something. There's so many callbacks to book one. Remember whenever I said I was seeing which one of you would say something about Tor not being at the back and how Kylan kept on telling him to be at the back and to watch the back and the flank and be at the back. And you have this guy that follows the god of battle, and most battles he would get one or two swings in. Remember that from the very first book, and I just let it go? Remember Bill, whenever Bill overcharged you and kept the items for multiple days further than they were supposed to be? I love all the stuff that's come back.
Oh my god. Sunny taking another one of her shots.
Yeah,
And-
they're at the bar. Katina is just nodding at you as she pours one. She keeps eye contact. She hands it over and she looks at you again. She says, "You want another one?" And then she pours another one and she mixes and pours another and pushes it over. And she's like doing it like until you can calm down.
And so like between like shots like 5 and 6 here.
Meanwhile, by the way, Connor is debating with Tor, like, you don't have to kill. Why would you do that? And Valdrin is saying, trying to express with Delstria, like speaking with Tor about like how this isn't, this doesn't make sense. Like conversation is going on.
Oh, I figured conversation was
Yeah.
going to continue, but
Tor,
He looks at you and he says, it's not right to be protective of Kylon either.
Well, Kylon needs to be protected most of the time, doesn't he?
He looks down a little bit and then he says, I didn't send the messages.
oh my god. Sunny. Oh my god, Sunny is so mad. Sunny is going to slam the shot glass down back on the bar.
Yeah.
And I mean like hard enough that like it cracks.
It does.
And she looks at Tor and she goes, if you think that you need to get yourself killed, that's fine. I do not understand Gorham apparently as much as I did, even though he was the one who I internalized when I was chanting because I thought of you and everything you had taught me. But that's fine. But why would you not send the messages to Kylon? He is our brother. What were you thinking?
Tor he's kind of looking blankly, but he looks up and you can tell almost some of the stuff these are things that he's been told or convinced. These are things that maybe he's
What
been...
has Shaden been telling you? I know you've grown close, but Tor
says, I'll send a message for him, but we can't be overprotective. We have to let each person walk.
That's Kylon's chick. Kylon is the overprotective big brother.
He says that is what makes him weak.
It's what makes him strong, Tor, because he cares about his family, which is us. Caring for your family, your tribe, your loved ones does not make you weak. What makes you weak is giving up and just letting yourself be killed. You know that we will not let you fall in battle. I don't care what Gorham says. Gorham is not taking you from us this early.
Tor, like, he stands up from the table and he says, I've got to go. He starts to walk out. Connor's like, this isn't how you figure things out, is by leaving. You can't... Shakes his head, looking at both of you. Valdrin tries to reach back and Tor just kind of shoves away from him as he keeps walking.
No, let him go. He clearly needs time away from us, since apparently the last month wasn't long enough.
Valdrin, he shakes his head. He says, I'm confused. He says, why as Tor leaves, he's like, "What? Why?" He says, "What is this? This is not the way he seemed before."
Shaden is a shaman of Gorham and apparently a very devoted one. And they've been spending a lot of time together. I thought it was good for Tor. It seemed like maybe he was getting over his loss of Asher with Shaden. And maybe he spent too much time with Shaden, and Shaden has filled his head with this nonsense.
Valdrin says, we need tribes to exist after this battle. We need people to have level heads. There's difference from the fury of battle, and when the battle is over, we cannot fight with all abandon. We have to fight with a reason to live, a reason to win against this evil. It seems like he is forgetting himself.
Delstra.
Yeah.
I know what we can do. Sunny's gonna move, and she's gonna sit like facing, like as close as humanly possible.
You pull up a cheese seat from the other table, and you're just like,
okay. So, do you remember back in Scrapwall when I still had like voices in my head, and I told you about them, and you were like, "Oh, I can woo you and like make you remember things." Right. So, could you like woo Tor and like, I don't know, knock him out of this? Something to do with Asher. Sunny might be a little drunk, not making entire sense, but
maybe it does have to do with him, though. You think to yourself,
but if you
maybe
can, like,
if there's some way, if Tor could go the same place you went to.
Yeah, that's kind of where Sunny's going in her very weird roundabout way, because I'm not really sure what Joss did to me, but like woo him. Just she's gonna like shake your shoulders. Woo Tor.
What I did for you was I just hypnotized you to bring back memories.
Okay, so hypnotize the dumbass over there.
He hasn't forgotten anything.
Maybe he did. Maybe we just don't know. And he's obviously, I don't know, maybe he's been like mind mushed by this other shaman. Shamans are tricksy fuckers, man.
When did anyone ever mind mush Tor?
All the fucking time, Doug.
All the time. Oh, you guys both staring at the screen in complete silence for the count of 5 is like one of my highlights of this entire campaign. I want you to know that. It's like, I'm like, yes, what happens next?
We're both like,
Doug, this hurts the soul, man. Like,
feels really bad for the torchbearers.
No,
this is like one of those bands that come out with a really, really popular album, and they get really popular and really rich, and then one of them gets a drug addiction, and one like has like 5 different girlfriends, and you know, and then all of a sudden they break up.
We already went through the breakup phase. We have to do the reunion phase now, and at this point, I need Tor to go through fucking rehab and get his shit together. So I need you to woo him, Delstria.
I can't woo him, Sonny.
Yes, you can.
Azuma's like pulls back from the table with all of her hands over each other. Like Valdrin's like, it's okay. This is how they normally talk. Everyone else at the table.
Why not? No, you can. Just we'll lay him down. I don't know if we have to. We'll tie him down. I'd really rather not tie him down because I feel like that would bring up some like super bad memories. But like, get him away
There's
from
nothing
the shaman.
that I can do. I do not know what Jost did to send you to Nadiri's.
He like, but there was a thing, and then he poured things, and like it was smoking, and
there was smoke, the green smoke.
I don't know. Can you woo me so you can see what he did?
Maybe.
Wait a minute. Replicating what another shaman prepared by woo-wooing the person that just drank the I don't know how that would work. Like, she
don't
can't go
know.
into your head. Like, she's bringing back memories for you. Like, you already rolled on this, by the way. Do you remember rolling on that? Do you remember rolling? Yeah, and you got like a 10 or something. So yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I could try to find something in a book. I could try to research it.
Oh my god, books.
Valdrin just looks up into the sky. He says, we could just kill Shaden.
Okay, I don't think killing Shaden is the right word. Can you?
He shrugs as he drinks some more.
We could bring Jost here.
Valdrin's like, no, that is a very bad idea. Who knows what he would do? They'd probably kill him out there. Or try to.
You know what? Honestly, I don't think he can, to be fair. Although he is missing a leg. He's running out of limbs to make these sacrifices with.
What about Suika?
Valdrin's like, he says, is probably a safer option. Plus, she is in the same tribe as the shaman. She could actually be the one.
And, she's super into you, Delstria, so, like, that would be a secondary reason to, like, come see you.
I don't know what you're hinting at there, Sonny, but...
I was pretty obvious with it, but...
Well, yes. We're going to
She looks over, your shot glass is empty. Somehow you left the bar with an empty shot, and now it's empty. And you look around, you don't know where it went. There's a beer, though, close to you that you pick up.
I do not think Suika was, quote, into me.
I have it on good authority that she was.
Valdrin says, I just said that she respected you greatly.
Yes.
Whoa, big ego. I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, he nods.
Yes, Valdron. This is your future, my friend.
He smiles. He says, I found certain things to calm her down, but it's very difficult. Usually, most of the day, most of the night, she is like this, sometimes for several days. Eventually, she wears herself down.
Okay, like, I know that I've had a couple of drinks, but I am still standing right here, and I can hear everything you're saying.
Oh, it's okay, Sonny.
He preaches over.
I pat her. Delstria's had a few drinks herself, but she's like, I love it. I'm like, I don't think anybody else could have handled you, Sonny. I'm glad that Valdron is your husband.
Valdrin says, speaking of which, he says, I had heard that after our visit to Eidenvey that their entire council were recalled here to Torch.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I forgot.
Just a little bit more here, Sonny. What? Just a little bit more. Delstria's been very busy.
I see that.
Yes. I summoned the Council of Eidenvey to come to Torch.
Forcefully summoned, like, you're going to get here in less than a week. I think
2
it
weeks.
Was a week.
2 weeks,
but it turned into 2 weeks. Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, you will be here in 2 weeks. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Okay, and how many of them came?
All of them came.
All of them.
All 17? That's impressive.
Yes, and oh my god, what was the little useless priest?
Borak.
I'm like, Borak has been spending time in Marshfield helping us as well. He feels more useful there than he did in Eidenvey.
I mean, that's not hard.
Yes. So Eidenvey may need to find a new high priest. Oh, out of
literally
character.
Anyone.
Out of character. Do we have anybody now, Doug, that can cast regeneration on? What was his name? Talon?
Yeah, it was Talon.
I wanted to say Talon with that. No, that's stupid. But no, it was Talon.
Let's see here. But no, it was.
Well, because I was like Hawk and.
It's Talon. He needed
He needed regeneration.
I want to see what
it was.
spell that was.
Yeah.
I'm
And why is
pretty-
this not working?
Because it's upset with you that you just dropped this super scary bomb on us that Tor's fucking gone crazy.
That is a level 7 spell that's in the cleric, oracle, druid, shaman, and witch, and healing as a domain.
Mhm.
And Tor can cast 6 spells.
Mhm.
He could, if he had even 1 rank in spellcraft, which he doesn't, I don't think. He could try to. Let me check and see. No, he doesn't have any ranks in spellcraft.
Doug.
What about
He-
Soika? Is
Uh,
Soika able to cast it?
Soika definitely could. She's higher level, anyways.
So also, if we do bring Soika here, perhaps we can heal Talon.
Oh, another trip to Eidenvey. Perfect. The last one actually went really well.
Well, we're on better standing with them now. They've offered their full support, and they will aid us in the battle against the Technic League and
Sunny's gonna laugh
Starfall.
a little. Yeah, I didn't actually ask them about any of that. I probably should have.
Valdrin says, I believe that we did the right things, though. I mean,
Have you been to Eidenvey recently, Sonny?
they both nod.
Yeah.
Oh no. What did you do, Sonny? What did you do in Eidenvey?
I didn't do anything.
Really?
to go
You
see
always
my
do
parents.
something.
I didn't do anything this time.
How are your parents? Are they
They're good.
on better terms with you?
I think so. They asked about you. They were very concerned about the fact that you weren't with me.
Well, somebody has to keep you out of trouble. At least you have Valdron now.
He looks down. He says, her mother's cooking was very good. He says, we did not need to pay any kind of dowry or anything like that. So, and neither did they. So,
Oh, good.
you've had a conversation with him, and now he looks over at Sunny, seeing Sunny that's like drunk and she's going back in her head, like he's like, uh-oh. And you can tell once again, Valdrin's like, he just picks up his beer and he drinks it. He says, we talked about this. It was a joke several days ago, but now I don't think Sunny is. She's not going to joke right now. He takes another drink. He says, I believe Eidenvey is fully in our support. So is Chitterholm. He says, all the tribes but one. He says, the only thing we have to worry about is the Technic League themselves. From what I hear, they have activated a number of additional robots and such in the town.
Fuck the robots. We have to worry about the fact that my brother apparently is just gonna go get himself killed and not care about it.
Well, he says, yeah, that is another thing. But he says, but if I get involved in that, I have to look at the global sense. He says, yes. He says, Kylon and Tor both, they need to be there.
We have to make sure we get a message to Kylon. Kylon has to. I mean, Kylon knew to meet us in Torch when he was finished with his business, but I don't know when his business will be done. Or if he's okay, apparently, because Tor has been lying to me about sending him messages. Which makes me angrier, I think, than anything else that he lied to me.
Now Delstria's like very animated, and you almost knock over a thing of ale as you're talking because you've had a few drinks yourself, and now like everything seems to be like fucking chaotic. Like, how did we even get to this point?
I don't know, Doug. How did we get to this point? It's
Yes,
fine.
Mr.
No,
DM.
It's fine. We'll
It's a
get
hero's
Soika
journey.
here. We will get Soika here. She will, I don't know, either talk to Tor or talk to the shaman or both. And if I have to, I'll kill the shaman. I don't really care. Like,
Valen's like, I was mostly joking about that.
yeah, no,
mostly.
we weren't. No, there's
No,
no mostly.
I
And
was not. You were right. I was quite serious.
Yep.
We can't kill the shaman that's been helping us keep the blood guards in line.
He says,
Excuse you, I'm here now. I can keep the blood guards in line. I don't actually need the shaman anymore.
I'm sure, Sonny.
Is that a challenge, Delstria?
Valdrin kind of giggles. He says, she could always dance for them. He takes a drink.
So that they would be doubled over in laughter so they couldn't cause any trouble?
He looks up at you and he says, I'm sorry. He says, sorry, I had to.
No, you're not. I am gonna go take a walk before I murder my husband and my friend.
He gets up to join you.
No, you're gonna stay.
He says, but the whole town has barbarians all over the place.
It's okay, Valdron. She can control them.
He says, what about the mad townspeople?
The townspeople here revere the
He
torchbearers.
takes
She'll
another
be fine.
drink. You remember, Valdrin isn't hardly as good holding his liquor as you.
No,
And
no,
he
he's
has
not.
like 4 tankards empty there by him. He says, what about the mad runaway ponies or such?
The only thing she'd have to worry about is Sammy, and she doesn't have anything to worry about.
His eyes get serious. He's like, Sammy.
Oh,
He says,
yes. Sammy asked about you. All I told him was that you were attending to personal business.
Valdrin said, you did not tell him that he needs to get out of her life? That he is a horrible person?
He's
That
actually
needs-
been very helpful. The rope fist, they've been very helpful.
And they really have been since you've seen them. Valdrin doesn't believe it though. He's like, oh, he says, I've heard of these people, these rope fists. He says they help regulate the casino and everything else in town, I hear. He says, maybe I should have the talk with Sammy. Maybe that's what I can do tonight.
You're not talking to anyone in your condition.
He says, but it'll be a very quick little talk. Just a little talk. He says, I agree. My wife and I must retire for the evening, and we will see you tomorrow. And if there's blood on either one of our hands, do not ask about it. It is fine. It is Black Horse custom.
Where are you guys staying?
He says, well, normally I would be staying in my tent, but he says, I do not know. Should I put it up in the town?
Well, if we find a open spot, I can make a place for you.
Connor says, well, there's a spot by my shop and everything. He could be over there. I mean, if you moved over yours just a little bit,
yes,
there'd be enough room. Now imagine
Two.
Delstria's improvised house, this other like tent that is actually a huge dimensional space, and then Tor right by it in the in the workshop / forge. Val staying in the house. Yeah, there's room. Sure, there's room.
Wait, why are we not staying inside of the foundry?
There's not much space.
Oh, it's been turned out into an actual inn at this point, or a tavern, a real tavern. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, which Val operates. Val tells you that. She says, I actually operate it for the most part.
You're amazing. Do you sell your cooking? Because I have
She
to tell you,
smiles. She says, I make
her.
breakfast. That's how I got them all lured in. I made breakfast for the craft. But now a lot of the craftsmen don't go in anymore after Delstria. And then she giggles. Delstria had a confrontation at the foundry.
Oh.
Well, Bill was being a piece of shit.
Cassandra looks up. She says, this entire conversation has been quite odd. I'm not sure if it has to do more with the beverages or just the tension of the group.
Yes. It's both. I think there were some unresolved issues before we split our ways, and
She nods. She says, "It's okay." She says, "We'll all be able to come together whenever there's a bigger threat facing us. I'm sure of it."
And hopefully end in all one piece.
well, hey, it doesn't matter if we end in one piece or not, because the devils are still going to be able to get to you.
Well, it'll be of no concern to you because I'll be dead then, now won't I?
It'll be of great concern to me. I love you.
Aww.
Valdrin smiles. He says, "See," he says, "you just need to all be able to get together like you were." And he says, "I think I'm going to go kill Sammy now, and I will see you in the morning."
You're not killing Sammy. We're not killing anybody. You guys won't let me kill somebody. You don't get to kill Sammy.
He says, "I am the chieftain, and I can kill somebody, and surely you can kill someone because you are the chiefess."
Dulcria told me no.
No, we're not killing any townsfolk.
See?
If I didn't murder Bill, then we're not going to murder Sammy.
He says, "Well, I think that you should be able to murder the Bill guy if he is a bad man and he has not been trading very honestly."
Yeah, he's been punished enough at the moment. Every time he sees me, he gets a little pale. Yeah.
He slinks off.
So I make it a point to visit him every chance I can.
Every time you're in town. You're like getting over there. You're like, "Oh, Bill, I could use some nails. Do you have some nails?"
I need my arrowhead sharpened.
Mm-hmm. I'll watch you the whole time.
Okay, fine. So we are not gonna go kill Sammy. You and I are gonna go figure out a way to get a message to Soika to get her here.
Can you just teleport to her, Valdron, and bring her back?
Valdrin smiles. He says, "I have been asked so many times with these boots to go places, but yes, I could."
Well, I would ask Theris, but he doesn't know where she is.
Ferris says, "You think that I would just teleport into whatever, a barbarian shaman's shack, just to see what she would do with me then?"
Actually, yes, that'd be really funny. Can we do that?
He says, "No, I do not think so. She'd probably think I was with the Technic League."
She probably would, but this was the outfit that, well, actually, so Theris is wearing a red Scatterlight suit.
Yes.
You gave him a Scatterlight suit?
Yes.
Yeah, we found it.
Yeah, he shows it off. He says, he says, "It seems like I have very powerful friends after all."
Theris, I am so looking forward to get to know you. You have no idea.
He smiles back at you. He says, "I think you already know a good bit about me. I think you're more the mysterious one here."
Sure, we can go with that.
Yeah. So, Sunny, I have some questions for you about Najiri.
Oh, yes. Let's talk to drunk Sunny about Najiri. This is definitely gonna work.
So, whenever you went into her realm and you found your parents, was Najiri there also?
Yes and no. So Joss told me that she was around, but I didn't see her.
Didn't stick around long enough.
Oh my god, I was being attacked.
So what have you learned about Najiri's connection to our party? Because she seems to be very involved in our party in particular.
I learned that my parents sacrificed themselves for me.
What?
What?
They sacrificed themselves for you?
Yep.
Did they sacrifice themselves to Najiri, and that's why she has their souls?
That's a really good assumption. I'm gonna go yes.
I love drunks.
Was it to save you from something?
I'm assuming that it was to save me from the Technic League after they put the thing in my head that was going to make my head explode.
That
But I
doesn't
still
make
don't
any
really
sense.
What doesn't make any sense about that?
All of it.
No, okay, so here's what I think happened.
Oh, good lord.
Conspiracy theory time.
Out of character, because we know how Alyssa's theories are.
How many have you been keeping up with your theories? Because I think after tonight you should revive those.
I have not. I have a lot of theories like in notebooks, but I'm still working on putting them into the drive because
Wait a minute.
pen
Wait a
and
minute.
paper.
You write down your theories, plus you have like 4 different spreadsheets full of your theories.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I have notes
Okay.
everywhere, Doug.
Okay.
See, I'm just more efficient. I just type it right in the drive.
I have this really cool thing. It's the Remarkable, which is like an electronic notebook, and it's my favorite thing ever.
Oh, I
so
love that.
I use it all the time.
Mhm.
Anyways, okay, so here's what I think happened is that I wandered away from the house when I was little because I tended to do that. There was one time with wolves, it was scary, but my dad saved me at that point. But I think that the technically found me because we know that they were terrible people and like to snatch people just off the streets. I don't think I was really on a street, but not the point. But so I think that they took me, and then my parents were like, "Oh my god, my kid!" And they couldn't find me, and so they like called out to their goddess because I'm pretty sure that they were followers of Nadiri since they were forbidden lovers anyways, and I can't imagine that they followed Aristil or Gorum, but I guess it's possible. But so yeah.
But if they would have sacrificed themselves to save you from the Technic League, you
Huh?
were.
Libby, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can, yes.
Sorry, I must have swiped my headset and muted. So if they sacrificed themselves to the Technic League, is that what you're saying?
What? No, not necessarily. It's possible that the Technic League didn't actually have my parents at all, but they just like themselves in like this super crazy ritual to Nadiri, and then Nadiri like came down and like blew something up. Doug, do you like this theory?
No, Sonny, I don't think so.
Oh, well, I mean, this is part of the reason that I need to find Gartrone, because Gartrone will know what actually happened, and if he killed my parents, or if he never even knew my parents, not that it really matters, because I'm going to murder him either way, and I'm really excited about this.
It seems like your Theris seems to look at you, and he nods. He says, "Nah, dastardly fellow, from what I remember." I remember him remembering him before.
Yes, we did. Because he was going to be my bargaining chip, because he said that he was under Gartrone, but he didn't really know him.
Right.
Rain Boy?
He looks over. He says, "I am fully in a body right now. I think that I should be named, let's see here, Theris." He says that would be a good name.
I like you better as Brain Boy, but okay. Theris?
He says, "Yes, barbarian princess."
Ooh, I like that. Add that to the list of names.
He says, "I have others in my head, but I can't say them."
That's probably good because
It's another trick. Valdrin starts to growl now at him.
down boy. Theris, be all wise and knowing, and you seem to remember a whole bunch of stuff now.
He says, "I do. It seems to have all come back together."
Good. What do you know about Project Pathfinder?
He says, that is a horrible little thing that they were doing. He says, "It seems like they were collecting people off the streets, volunteers at first, of course, people who would get paid a little bit of money, outcasts, those living around, in unsavory environments that wouldn't be missed. But then it seemed to maybe expand. You know, the technically has a way of gathering research subjects, so it was a research project. The one that, in an advanced state, it seemed like Gartron was implanting people with all sorts of different devices, but mainly to transmit what they heard and what they saw through a series of responders to the Technic League itself, kind of like a spy network without people knowing that they were spies. And the important part, of course, was to do the experiment and then send them out on their little way. I believe that they used some sort of nanite technology to erase a portion of the memories after the crude surgeries on the brain did not work. So he says, anyways, so it was kind of a failure, to tell you the truth. A good amount of the subjects died, or they went back to their pitiful places where they were from and didn't really give much information. Some were later on hired and exported, cottages purchased in different cities for them to relocate to. But as you could imagine, even those that survived weren't the best at sending information back. I think there were issues with the weather, also the range of the devices, deterioration within the mines, and then just how it would affect someone as it kind of corroded. Some of the chemicals and stuff leaking out into their minds. Not a very high survival rate, that's for sure.
It sounds like they had some of the same technology that my father used on the people of Marshfield.
He says, come to think of it, some of it sounds a little bit familiar. Do you think that maybe he was a Technic League agent at some time? Possibly he gave them information, or they just read his files.
It's if the technology came from Unity and the Androphans themselves, Silvermount.
He says,
I think the Technic League have got into Silvermount and have been able to access a lot of that technology.
He says Osnum had. Osnum was the leader of the Technic League. He says he disappeared into the mound quite a bit. Could be that he harvested some of that information. He says, I believe I'm remembering a number of the others also, but of course there could be some new faces involved.
I mean, it's also possible that my father, when the Technic League first started, it's possible my father was involved with them. He's been here for 1,000 years in different forms.
He says, definitely could be, but I mean, I wouldn't walk around with that weight on your shoulders. I mean, surely you were no part of that.
Well, of course I wasn't.
Probably wasn't either. And he says, anyone else that had some kind of device installed in them, now that it's gone, water under the bridge, right? He takes another sip.
What the fuck you mean water under the bridge?
So
if you've survived such a traumatic event like that, I mean, nothing really to look forward to but the rest of your life.
What?
Look here.
Okay.
So is it possible that Sonny was unwittingly transmitting information to the Technic League through the implant?
I doubt it. I think the whole project was abandoned. As a matter of fact,
well, yes, they were supposed to have detonated all of the devices, but I guess Sonny was either out of range or...
He says, I don't know exactly about I knew that there were certain fail-safes in mind, just because at that point we were a little bit concerned. He says, it does sound like some kind of detonator within would be enough to scramble up the technology, including the person's brain. Might be the best way to resolve that. I could see Gartron doing something like that. Although, like I said before, I wasn't involved directly on that project in any way.
Out of character. Wasn't Theris... He wasn't an agent of the Technic League directly, was he? I thought he was hired by them.
No, that was Hirsek.
That was Hirsek.
Hirsek, that's right.
Yeah, the tiefling.
No, this...
That's right, he was a member.
By the way, kind of a weird thing. tieflings kind of have a they have a heritage linked to hell.
Yeah, they do.
Kind of weird. Anyways,
Tug, you're killing me here.
yeah. So no, Theris
Was
Theris-
Cultifrol his uncle or something, and I killed him?
Possibly.
Well, devils wouldn't care one way or the other, but I mean, you wouldn't think they would care. So, anyways, it is true that Theris definitely was a Technic officer, although he wasn't high-ranking enough. And maybe he was passed over in some promotions, and that's one of the reasons why he decided to go to the Valley to investigate the Dominion on his own kind of side project that was not on the books and was not allowed by his superiors. So it seems like he's kind of the rebel that would turn against the Technic League for sure. And now that he has a new Scatterlight suit, he has a new body. It's definitely what he plans to do. Get revenge for them passing him up on his promotions.
I mean, totally reasonable, so it's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So the night continues. Is there other things that you guys want to discuss there in that first night as everyone is frazzled, they're frustrated, like the reunion was like 5 minutes of yay and then a lot of like ugh.
What the fuck just happened? Yeah. No.
Yeah, no, Delstri is going to retire for the night.
Okay.
Sunny is not going to retire for the night, only because she promised the people of Torch that we would have a party. So Sunny's going to stay and drink. Because it's what she does.
Oh my god. And Valdrin's going to be there with you.
Of course he is.
He's not going to retire and let all these other people put their hands all over you.
Oh my god. I don't know what you think is happening at these parties in Torch, but okay.
Not that. But,
it's not a rave.
No, it is not. It is not. But okay. You two stay out late. Connor, Azuma, Cassandra all go down underneath Torch, of course. And let's see who else is there. Bear is going to stay by your side. The bartenders are going to be, of course, so very busy. Val is going to go back home because she has to wake up early to serve breakfast for the workers that come by the bar. Seems like her bar closes like in mid-afternoon. It's not quite like a drinking hall most nights. It's more of just like it's more of a restaurant, but she calls it a tavern. A little bit of both. Yeah. Everyone kind of turns in for the night, and we'll take a break, a pee and drink break here because we're going to go into the next day, and there's going to be more drama in the Torchbearer clan. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
Drama.
Drama.
What we
Torchbearer
do.
drama. What they do. All right, we'll be back in a few.
Okay. Just save the place the man. I used to die. You have all in black and white.
Oh, good. My spicy chicken sandwich only had 480 calories, according to Noom.
Oh, it's on now. You're all in big trouble. Big trouble. Oh no, I didn't bring my.
That's right. We'll be
Oh well.
in big trouble as soon as you find your drink.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you knew. I was looking around. I'm like, damn it, it's upstairs. Oh well.
We'll go get it.
Right?
No,
Like, we can hold off for another 30 seconds.
upstairs is so long away.
So I mean,
So
it's 2
far
flights of
along.
stairs, but they're short flights.
They are just little short shorts. So.
Oh, wait, you're in the basement, going to the kitchen? Just one? No.
Yeah, two.
Two little shorties.
Just 2 levels. So there's too many levels.
Yeah, there's like 4. I forget which level you're on. Which
Wait. Hey, look, we're in Iden Bay. No, we're
That's
not. We're in
Torch.
Torch.
I was like, oh, field trip to Iden Bay? Cool. I don't think we're there yet, but sure.
The day after. Oh my gosh.
Oh, shit.
Sunny,
What
your
up?
eyes open. And it's kind of like that crusty, one eye opens and the other one's still like shut because you have like eye boogers. Yeah, Libby's rubbing her eyes right now. I love it.
Yeah.
And like you flicker them around and you're like, what the fuck? And then finally your other eye pops open and you look over and you just see Valdrin, like his head is hanging off the bed, completely naked, just with legs that are like draped over your body. And your head just starts to spin. And
Oh, we had a good night. All right.
Swimming. You look around, and Bear has opened up all the food supplies there in the tent, even the backup box that you're never supposed to open up. And the bear is there just with torn sacks of food and everything all over the place, and he's just sprawled out there, and his tongue is just hanging like on.
Bear had a good night too.
Yeah, onto the paper. You don't know how many pounds of supplies there were. That's supposed to be restricted though. That's like emergency. No bear gets to eat. But you think that maybe Valdrin opened up the box for him just for the bear to do whatever he wanted. And then you start to smell like, oh my gosh. And you look around and you think Valdrin's throwing up over the side of the bed.
Y'all need to shower.
It hits you. Oh, it's so nasty.
Oh my god, my husband who cannot hold his liquor. All right.
So nasty.
What kind of barbarian is that?
He's got other talents, okay, Libby?
Oh my gosh. It's at that point that you notice one of your hands is actually tied down to the bed. And damn it, and you look around and you see one of the straps that he uses, usually for combat purposes, is tied around one of your hands, and your arm's just stuck down there to your bed. And then it's then that you notice that your machine, as you look up, is dangling precariously over you, over one of the lamps that is hanging up there, one of the continual flames. It's just hanging there. You think you tossed it up and somehow it just landed, but it's just landing and the blade is like swinging back and forth over you, like 4 feet above you.
While watching the amazing blade, I'm gonna like kick Valdrin. Hey, I need you to get up.
He's like,
now.
You hear him like, he's like, You tried to kill me.
Yeah, I might have tried to kill myself too, so I need you to get up and help me a little bit.
And then you hear of him going back to sleep. Meanwhile, in Elstria, you have right about that same time. You have a knocking at the door of your pleasant little shelter there that you do every day.
My little cabin.
And it's a soft knocking, and you hear Val from the other side. She says, "I've got your breakfast." She's like, "And your coffee." You wake up and you feel fine.
You had a few drinks
at an appropriate time, and
Yes.
yes, your mouth is dry, but you did drink. You drank a little bit of water beforehand before going to bed, and you feel just fine. Except you look around and there is no Tor in there with you, and you know that he did not come in that evening either.
Not surprised. I get up to open the door.
Val smiles at you. She says, "I got the extra serving here for Tor. I hear that." And then she looks in. She's like, "He's not in there?"
Tor didn't come in last night, but he might come in for breakfast soon. He will be doing his morning rituals out front.
She says, "Okay." She says, "Okay." And then she hands you the food. She says, "I've got to get back to the restaurant." She says, "There's more people coming in now that, more of the torchbearers are here. Everyone's kind of asking me everything about you guys, like wanting to know everything."
Yeah, well,
you have like some people making up a song, some musicians that came from the south. They're here too.
Oh, brave Sir Robin. Oh, wait. Are we going to have minstrels following us around the...
Would you like to hire a pack of minstrels?
That would be wonderful.
They could be your +2.
And Sir Robin bravely ran away. I did not. I say thank you very much for bringing breakfast as always, sweetie. You know I appreciate it.
She says, "I know." She says, "Please don't tell anyone about." And she points to her cheek. Her bruise now has turned purple.
Well, I would hate to see what Emil looks like, but just, make sure he doesn't fight too dirty. I know he wants to win because, I don't know, he has it in his head he's going to marry you, but make sure that, he's been given a few talkings to that he needs to fight honorably.
She says, "I know." She says, "I don't want to beat him up too much, but I think that I might have to teach him a lesson or two." She says, "I might have to punch him really hard."
Like, you do what you feel you need to do, sweetie.
She says, "How long does it normally take for like this part of your arm to heal?"
Out of character. What is she asking? Like from a bruise, or
I think she's
like
talking about breaking it.
Breaking. It can take a while for bones to heal.
She says, "Tor could do it though, right?
With magic, we could heal him sooner."
She says, "Okay." Well, she says, "Thanks," and then she turns
No, Val, don't. Oh. What have I done? I'm gonna turn that poor girl into a...
Sonny, you have cooperation from your husband. He's retrieved your machete, and now he's gagging now just from the smell inside. As he looks around, he's like, did I do that? As he's still standing there, not any clothes on, and he looks down, and you see that it looks like there's some kind of knife wound in his side still. He looks down, and he's like, "Did someone stab me last night?"
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember.
He says, it hurts very. Yeah, hold on. He gets your machete and he puts it up there. He's like, no, it's not the right size. He hands it back. He says, someone stabbed me.
I'm gonna lean over and heal him because
Apparently, y'all are kinkier than
maybe you don't drink so much tonight, okay?
He says, did I? He says, no, I did not. I did not kill Sammy. I was thinking about it, though.
I don't think we saw Sammy at all last night. I don't think he showed up.
He says, a real showed up, though. Him and his men. He
Of
says,
course he
whenever
did.
he hugged you and picked you up and swung you around, he says, he says, I'm glad he put you down.
Of course he put me down. No one is stupid enough to think that they have a shot. They know that I'm yours.
He nods. He says, I think that we should get out. He says, I don't even know what time it is. You can't tell anything in this tent. Everything is in different part of reality. Which is the same as your place, Libby. Well, you actually conjure the whole place, so you're in reality the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He's in an dimensional space with Sunny. He goes and he gets some clothes on. He says, I'll have to clean this out later.
Yes, and we'll have to go restock.
He looks over. He's like, what? He says, that's emergency food.
Apparently, there was an emergency.
He looks over at you. Alpion is so full right now. Alpion's still full. Alpion kind of looks up and his tongue kind of goes back in his mouth and he's thirsty, though. He is thirsty. He would like something to drink.
Yeah, well, Big Bear can get his ass up and walk out with us to go get a drink.
Still with your head just kind of in pieces, you and Valdrin both kind of stumble along looking for clothing and finally finding things to put on, and he gets his equipment and everything, and he kind of checks you out, make sure that you don't have anything else stuck in your hair. It seemed like there was some kind of cheese or something that was stuck in part of your hair that he pulls out. Must have been a rough night, and that's whenever you feel like you're back, like you kind of pull your back and you just hear your vertebrae like pop 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 pop. As you now remember, at some point you were dancing on a table.
Oh God.
And you think you slipped,
Doug,
you
I
stepped
don't
on
can't
something
stop
and you
it.
fell and you landed like right on your back, and now you're remembering it.
The ale said otherwise.
All right, well, yeah, we're gonna make our way out.
Okay. You come out and you see this magnificent little cottage sitting right next to the tent.
Oh, hey, look, it's Delstria's house.
Little puff of smoke coming out the top of it.
Standing in the doorway, cup of coffee.
Yeah. They're hanging out.
Looking for
Morning.
Tor. Morning, neighbor.
Tor's not practicing, by the way. He has not gone out to practice.
Right. I'm gonna go to the forge.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at Sunny as I head towards the forge. I say, I need to go to Marshfield today.
Yes, you have to.
Okay.
Valdrin kind of plods along behind you.
I check the forge door, see if it's locked, unlocked, knock, or whatever.
Unlocked. It's unlocked.
I've learned to knock. I'm gonna knock.
You have learned to knock. She's learned to knock. That's another story you didn't hear. Knock, knock, knock. You knock, and there's no answer.
gonna open the door and call for Tor.
Inside, you see that the forge is still burning. The fires are still lit there. The embers of the forge, obviously not, not being neglected. But nobody is in there. There is a bedroll that's rolled up. You see an altar to Gorham. And other than that, there's no sign of either one, either Shaden or Tor. But obviously, some of Shaden's belongings are still there, and work that they were still, banging out and actually shaping, of weapons and other armor repair and stuff like that. So obviously they are still around. So the only other place that you can think is that they would be down with the Bloodgars.
Sunny's gonna come up behind Elstria. Is everything okay?
Tor didn't come into the cottage last night, and he's not here.
Okay, so he's with the shaman?
That would be my guess.
Valdrin says, "Didn't we kill the shaman last night?"
No, we didn't kill the shaman last night. Oh shit, did we kill the shaman last night?
He says no. He says,
I didn't hear any commotion outside, so I would imagine, no, you did not kill the shaman last night.
I'm imagining who was carrying who, or how both of them hanging onto the bear and promising him all the food inside the tent if he would take you both as you're both holding on to him and he's walking through the town.
You can have all the food you want, Alpheon.
Alpheon, just get me home. I'm dying. I'm dying, Alpheon. Get me home.
Yep. No shame. It's fine.
No, I love it. Yeah, as you are about ready to start searching, Emil runs up from the road leading outside of town. He's running up, and he runs past you guys as he opens the door to the tavern to look in to see if he can find his bride to be.
I'm gonna
challenge her to combat.
Oh, I know this kid.
I'm gonna call to Emil.
Emil turns. He's like, "What? Oh!" And then he sees you, Sonny. He's like, "Hey!" And he runs over to you now, Sonny.
Have you seen Shaden or Tor this morning, Emil?
He nods. He says, "They're training outside with the Bloodgars. They're putting on a he says some kind of tournament or something."
I'm gonna look at Valdrin. A tournament.
He says,
"That's what we can do today."
He nods. He says, "It's a tournament that whoever is going to be at the top of it will get to be on the front lines whenever they go into Starfall."
Oh, motherfucker.
To get the honor of being first.
Okay. Well,
no.
Wait.
No, she has Elstria has her coffee. She's like, "No."
Elstria.
Emil says, "Yes, that's what they're doing." He says, he points to Sonny. He says, you were the one that got me back to my family. I remember you.
I remember you too.
And he looks back. He says, that's Valdrin. Valdrin nods. Emil's like, he's a great leader of the tribes. Do you know about him?
Dulce just laughs and walks back towards her.
He says, "What?" He says, "Where's my wife at?" And he turns looking into the tavern. He says, "I challenge you," as he yells into the tavern, and the 5 people there eating look up.
Emil, wait, what? Are you married? What? No, you're like...
He's 8.
He says, "I'm 8. And she's 13, and I'm going to have her as my wife whenever I can."
I just shake my head at Sonny. I'm like, No.
I'm convincing her that she'll be my wife. She's the one. I've chosen her.
That's very romantic. Did she choose you?
No, but she's going to.
I see Delstria over his head like,
Yeah. Those just like, fuck no.
okay, well,
He looks at you. He says, well, you're too old to be my wife. So I have to find another wife.
oh. That's really sweet of you, but I'm actually with that one over there. But,
He looks over. He says, no, that's Valdrin.
yeah.
He's a chief.
Uh-huh. Chiefess.
Mouth drops open. He's like, really?
Uh-huh.
He says, then can you force her to marry me?
Oh, sweetheart, no.
He looks back.
That would not be fun for anyone. Give her
says-
time.
He says, I've been told that if I beat her sparring that she'll marry me, but I haven't yet. I even used a
Who-
rock yesterday. And the day
You
before
used
that,
a rock?
he
You have
nods.
to
He
fight
says-
honorably, Emil.
He says, I told her I had a rock in my hand before I swung it at her.
No. You have to fight honorably. You can't win her over if you're going to fight dirty.
I'm gonna lean in. And my voice is gonna drop a little bit because I can tell that Delstria is kind of annoyed.
Oh, really annoyed.
Email.
She's been dealing with this for a month.
Yes.
Here's what you gotta do.
Uh-huh.
Maybe later you go talk to Valdrin, because Valdrin knows some really cool tricks.
Mm.
Yeah. He's
He says-
really good at the tricks.
He says, so then I could trick her into marrying me?
No, like he's really good at like using tricks while fighting.
It's a sure way that he'll never get married.
Sonny,
I'm whispering, Delstria, you can't hear me.
You can't hear me.
Delstria
I
has
think
big
she
ol'
has
elf ears.
She has a big old elf ears.
Oh, I know.
He says, okay. He says, well, then I'll just fight her fair this time. And he drops out of his hand some sand that he had cupped in one of his hands.
I'm gonna
He says,
turn.
I was gonna throw that in her face and blind her. Valdrin's like, oh no.
No,
He's like,
I'm
no.
only gonna look at Valdrin and be like, is he yours? Do you have something you want to tell me about here?
He shakes his head. He says, no. He says, yeah. No. He says, later, maybe. Later. Let's go find this priest.
Stop beating up Val, okay? Just
She's
not the
beating me
one-
up.
Yeah.
I barely got to hit her in the face the other day.
She's been kicking his butt.
Yes.
okay. Why
You
don't
look at him and he actually has like scrapes and bruises all over, like none like on his face, but you could tell like he has been.
I see a hand
Through
drop
a lot.
into Sunny. I feel kind of bad for giving her the idea to tell him to
It was completely her idea.
Delstria.
Delstria's idea to beat her in combat and then he could marry her.
Yes.
That's what she told me.
Yes, Val came to me. I tell Sunny and Androphin, I'm like, Val came to me my first day, the first morning, and she's like, how do I get him to leave me alone? So I told her to tell him that if he can beat her in sparring, then he'll win her over. And that lets her beat the tar out of him.
Every day.
And then he leaves her alone until the next day.
Yep. This has been a perfect solution.
It was totally Delstria's idea.
It was completely her idea. And it works so well with like barbarians. Like it's
Yeah.
just perfect. You know?
Because then he feels like he's won her over. But
Mhm.
Val's too strong for him.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna stand up and kind of pat Nemo on the head and walk towards the blood gars because her head hurts and this did not
Yeah.
help.
yeah, Delstria's gonna go get ready, put all of her gear on.
The last thing you see is Emil going over to the fighting circle and he starts kicking around the circle, just making the circle again, defining it. and he starts yelling the Gorham Scrigot right at the right at it. She will know that it is time for them to fight again. As you guys make it to the edge of the entrance there to Torch, it's an elevated position down upon the barbarians, and you can see very clearly an individual area that has got a lot more circled up activity than what is normal. Delstria, it springs to your mind immediately that this must be where all the attention is, and therefore that's probably where people are fighting to be first out there in the battle. And you see in the center of the ring what looks like the appearance of Shaden. His bigger brown beard and his large size, a man of maybe 30 years of age, someone much older than Tor, but obviously Tor knows what he was getting into that entire time. Maybe.
Does he?
Does
Yeah.
he though?
He doesn't. Okay.
And he seems to be like acting kind of as a ringmaster there as he steps back, and you see two combatants go at each other, and it looks like they are just using hand-to-hand combat. Punching each other.
Who's acting as the ringmaster? Shaden?
What's that? The ringmaster Shaden. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to approach Shaden.
Okay. You guys make it down off the hill there, go through the the passway off the actual road, through some of the tents and stuff, to this fighting pit. And by the time that you're there, this fighting ring, there's probably about 4 people thick or so surrounding this. There's probably about 50 people there, and they're all chanting and yelling and encouraging the fighter that they want to win. And a lot of these blood guards, this is almost like a blood sport kind of thing for them than it is like religious training maybe. But there's a number of them, like I said, that you're seeing as you're walking through the crowds that look like they actually have got a lot more religious icons of Gorham and his symbol on their body, and whether it's painted on or with blood or whatever, this is definitely a more hardcore group. And as you get closer, you can see Tor there by the side of the ring, and he does not have his armor on. It's actually been taken off. As most of these people are actually, it's kind of like bare knuckles boxing kind of thing that they're doing right now. And he's standing there close to Shaden, and as you approach, Shaden points over through the crowd to you, and Tor turns and sees you.
I'm going to ask Sunny and Valdron, have you been able to find a way to get a message to Sueka?
Valdron is like,
I'm gonna kind of cough and continue making my way towards Tor, just not answering.
Yep. So I take it this is what the entire last month was like, huh?
Meanwhile, I have this list of things written down, like different progress points for each one of you. I just love it. Okay. You make it around, like some of the people, like they're they back up and they start whispering about you guys being the torchbearers. I mean, obviously you are quite famous, and the stories have traveled far and wide about you. You think, Sunny, that you see somebody like flapping their arms just a little bit, and then they see Valdron, and and then they stop flapping their arms and they turn around looking the other way. As you get closer over there to Shaden, the fight that's going on right there in the ring, it seems like it's wrapping up as one person is being punched in the face repeatedly, and Shaden steps in and pulls back the combatant, and he stops and he says, he says we all fight. He says we all fight with purpose. He says with a goal in our lives. This is not just a fight. He says this is a war that we wage within ourselves to find meaning. And also, he says, it is to show those outside of our own lives what we stand for, what we as Goramites believe in. And there are non-believers here. There are those that would not follow Goram. And they will be joining us in the fight. Showing them what we believe in, showing them why we believe is important. He says, some of our best warriors perhaps need to learn these disciplines that Goram teaches about war so that we would be ensured success on the battlefield and his blessing, so that he would fight on our side versus that of the Technic League. He pointedly turns towards the two of you and Valdrin.
Wouldn't your god prefer to see his followers live to fight another day?
He says, not if the battle is fought with honor. He says, not if it is fought with all of oneself. He says, another day is just another battle. But if the battle calls you, the one that you are in, then so be it. And I believe that this one will be the last for many standing here.
It may be the last. It may be the last for many of us, but it's no reason to make it a suicide. What's the word I'm looking for? To make it a suicidal run.
He looks at you. He says, if
there's no glory in that.
He says, is far from suicide. We are not going to throw down our weapons. We do not plan on retreating. We do not plan on surrendering. Those things would be foolish and suicidal. No, we will fight with honor until our last breaths. We will commit ourselves fully to the cause so that others, women, children, those that do not have the strength to fight, possibly, the elders, so that they will have this. He says,
You've been filling Tor's head with nonsense of the upcoming battle.
Delstra.
He says, nonsense, you say.
Whoa.
You hear some grumbling from some of the barbarians around him.
Nonsense was not the right word.
Valdrin's like, this is, he says,
maybe false expectations of the upcoming battle.
False expectations. He says, really?
I'm going to kick Delstra really hard.
He says, this sounds like somebody who is planning to fail.
No.
This sounds like somebody who has already failed in their own heart.
No, we have not failed, and we look forward to sharing the battlefield with you and the others. We will come out victorious, and the Technic League will be no more.
You have to repeat this. This is what Sunny's had to learn during her month, by the way. This gets them like you hear some happy like like in the background as some of them now are coming back to you.
We want
Valdrin
everyone to survive that
on your
can.
butt, Sunny. Was that? I'm sorry.
So we want everyone to survive that can to fight another day.
He says,
we don't want to lose any of you in battle.
He says, I want to live a full life. He looks at you, expecting a return. He says, don't you want to live a full life?
I plan to live a full life, but I also plan on surviving.
He says, so to you, he says, a full life means to live long. He says, to me and to these people, these that will be fighting alongside you. A full life means to live well, even if it is one combat, to give all of oneself to the glory of battle. For you, I have a feeling that you want to be old and gray and die weak. For these warriors, what they want more than anything is to prove their strength.
Given my lineage,
Oh,
I have a longer lifespan than humans, so
Okay.
it's
No.
it's not unnatural for me to live a longer life. A long life for you is just middle age for my race.
you hear some grumbling among the people.
Okay.
Tor, meanwhile, just kind of looks onward. Shaden says,
For me, part of battle is also protecting those that I care about.
he says, protecting them, being a shield mate. Or protecting them, making sure that they are always comforted and weakened. Never truly challenging them to aspire to what they could become. This man, you notice, has a way with words.
Oh, I like
And
him a lot.
he's used them quite a bit. You can understand now how a lot of the Bloodgars have gone to his side. Like for the Bloodgars to actually start to devote to something in a period of a month,
Let's see.
you think you might have set a monster free, though.
I'm like, yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Shaden, it was never our intention to cage or weaken anyone.
Yet, he points towards Tor, and Tor's face goes down in shame. He says, I see a weakened man.
Then you don't see Tor for who he is. He is one of the strongest people I know.
Tor has taught us much about Gorham and how to live honorable lives. There was a time where I made a terrible mistake, and Gorham should have called to me. But I had people who stood beside me, and it was a bad idea. But Tor taught me better, and within that I grew. And while I believe that we have different ideals of what we consider to be weak, I would like to at least have a conversation with you so we could find a common ground. After all, we have a common enemy.
He looks at you and he says, I think that we should discuss things. He says, but the way that Gorham allows discussion, he says, is within the ring.
Lord have mercy. God damn it, dog.
He points at the circle and he says, the way that Gorham has discussion to sort out problems, he says, is by honoring him, he says, through action, not through many words that fall down without meaning, just as many people's lives shrivel without meaning. He is a god of action, and he listens to action.
And this is when you wish you made a monk so that you could.
Whoa! Yeah. Oh my gosh! Baldrin's like, you, Sonny, you do not have to prove anything. You are the chiefess.
I am the chiefess, and I've proven myself before. I have seen things that this shaman wouldn't even understand.
Delstria is going to
What?
step up.
If he's looking for a fight, I'll give him a fight.
Delstria is already now in front of you. You walk into the ring,
Delstria!
Delstria, as you take a step. He looks down at the outer ring of the crossing there that you kind of passed through. He looks down and he says, "You, the one with all the words of protection and living a very long life. You're to convince me that you're one also of action, one that we can follow into battle, the one that we can fight for, that we can die beside. You?"
I just nod.
Oh my god.
I take off my bow and
Oh my god.
All right. Well,
Oh.
as Delstria is
I
unweaponizing
say-
herself.
I say I will fight beside any one of you in battle and do my best to protect anybody that I consider part of my tribe.
He looks at you and there's a respect there as you say that. He says, "I see. My goal is to prepare everyone
Hand to
everyone
hand,
that is here."
hand to hand is not my usual form of combat, but if that's what I must do, I will take a punch.
He says, he says, "It does not matter what would be your favored form of combat in this ring. What matters only is that you fight as hard as you can. It does not matter if you lose this contest between yourself and Tor. What matters is that you fight with all of your heart." He looks over at Tor and he nods.
So, out of character
Yeah.
question. So, we're not supposed to have any armor, but I have my scatter light suit on, unless Delstria has to strip down to his skivvies.
Will anyone notice that you have it on?
I'm sorry?
Will
It's
anyone
orange.
notice that it's armor though?
Well,
You know what I mean? Could it be a weird looking jumpsuit that she has?
Well, let's see
or-
what it looks like.
Yeah.
Probably not. But
I mean, like if you had a mithril shirt on, I think you'd be able to hide that too.
I don't have a mithril shirt on because this is armor technically.
Yeah.
So, but the scatter light suit's touch AC does not work against fist. It only works against like weapons and rays. So
yeah.
So it's really, I mean, it only gives me a +1 baseline AC. I mean, if she needs to,
I think it's so light that you wouldn't have to take it off. Honestly.
I mean, if she needs to strip down to her skivvies, she will.
Yeah. No, I don't think you'd need to. I don't think you honestly. I don't think you would.
Are spells allowed?
Do you want to ask him?
Well, I don't know if I should. No.
Would you like to do a? Would you like to make a? You could find out just by trying to figure out their culture. So maybe a society check. If you make a society check, you'd probably have a good idea about these kind of combats and how those work.
39.
Very cool.
Wait, but Jesus, Libby,
you can set the terms. You can set the terms with Tor or whoever else that you'd be fighting, and you can come to the resolution just depending on what kind of challenge it is. It is not supposed to ever be to the death because that is just training is not a battle. It is practice. So this one good thing, unless it's an accidental death, they don't fight to the death.
So it's all this non-lethal damage.
Yeah. Non-lethal damage, or if it is lethal damage, it is like the first blood or something like that.
Okay.
Like it's not anything like they don't. The Goramites save themselves for this battle, and while they train like maniacs getting ready for it, it's seldom ever that anyone is killed. And that this priest, if he really is a follower of Gorm, he might be a nut, or he might be very manipulative. He might even be evil. But if he is a follower of Gorm, he would jump in and heal anyone that was close to death, you think, if there was even something accidental. So
I was just
completely up to you and him.
wondering. I was just wondering if I could cast Cat's Grace.
If spells are allowed, the bad thing is
Both
parties be allowed to cast spells.
Yeah.
Both spells.
So I'm
They'd
just going to
be allowed
assume that
to
it's
cast
that it's no spells, nothing, no enhancements, just
Yep.
mono e mono.
God. Oh my God.
I love you, Tor. Don't hurt me too badly.
Shaden steps back.
Oh, I can turn off my armors here in the app.
Shaden steps back and he says to the crowd before you, he says, soon we will go to war. We will fight those who oppose our freedoms, who oppose our way of life. We will be allied with a number of factions which might not share your exact background, who might not share your exact beliefs. Like this one here that expects to outlive us all, and very well might. But it is here within the ring that we determine. We can focus ourselves. We can see if this is someone that we should be following.
How do I do an unarmed strike? What's the...
I'm pretty sure it's just going to be your melee attack, and then I want to say that it's...
Is it strength?
Yeah, hold on.
Unarmed strike in Pathfinder, I think, is only a 1d3, but it might be 1d4.
Hold on. It's considered a light weapon, so if you have weapon finesse, you can add your dex modifier instead of your strength modifier.
Ooh.
I don't know if you have weapon finesse or not.
You have weapon finesse, don't you? Maybe?
No. I have weapon focus, weapon specialization with bows.
But yes, it is 1d3. So it's going to be 1d3 plus your strength.
And it's a 2 times critical in case anybody makes a crit.
Yep.
Okay.
Levy, oh my gosh, Livy. Okay, Delstria, going into this, do you know how this is not matched very well? How uneven this match is?
It's absolutely uneven. Tor is huge.
He's huge. He's very strong. He has a 26 strength. 3 plus. Oh my God. That's 8. Okay.
But if Delstria has to do this, she will.
Okay. 2 attacks around. And you're getting 2 attacks around too, aren't you?
Yes.
Libby, you sound so confident.
Power attack. Hold on here. Okay. 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 This is going to be fine.
This is fine.
This is fine. This is fine. This is just fine. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do a test roll.
Sure. Oh.
So 5 plus 11.
Boy, that is a test
roll.
roll.
I can't see it.
Oh, sorry.
He's in a secret test roll.
No, that's fine. I just...
Oh, it's whispering.
Your chiefess would like to know how poorly this is going to go.
Very poorly.
Remember, your armor class is going to be... Your armor class is going to include your base of 10, your natural bonus, your deflection bonus also from the automatic bonus progression.
It should just be the touch. It should just be the touch, right?
It actually has to hit. It actually will have to actually hit. It won't be like a touch attack. So it will be your armor class other than touch. You'll be adding in your natural armor bonus to that. And if you have any armor on, since your Scatterlight suit might actually add armor, right?
Just a 1, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you have a slight advantage there.
So let me see. So
10 plus your armor plus natural plus deflection. And dex is added in there too.
Yeah, so 10, 11, 16, 17, 20. You said deflections added in 2?
What's that?
You said deflections added in 2?
Yes.
Okay, so 24.
24 armor class?
Yes.
10,
11, 16.
Shit. You have a huge dex bonus though, don't you?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
So let me just, so 10, 11, 16, 17, 20. Oh, jeez. 10,
Oh,
11,
I get to ignore that one.
16, 17, 24. 24 is my
Final
AC.
number 24. 24, everyone.
Well, no, that's not right, because I should just be losing 2.
Well,
No. That's right, 24.
Shield bonus? Are you losing your shield bonus?
Yes, because I took my shield off. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
24.
Okay. Tor is big, but he's slow. And his armor class is much lower than yours. It is a 15.
Okay, so class. But let me check here. So my unarmed strike should be adding my melee.
Yes.
And that's it, right, for the attack?
That is it.
Okay.
That is it. And then if you have a second attack, you -5 off of that, and that's what your bonus would be for the second attack. Okay. So
that is adding correctly.
Does anyone want to make a perception check as Shaden goes over and says something quietly to Tor?
I rolled on that one.
Okay, to be fair,
she's so busy, like getting ready and stuff. She's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this, Tor. I don't want to do this.
Sunny will make that check.
Sunny, meanwhile, you're just watching like all the facial cues and the people talking, and you're getting an idea for the vibe. And everyone here thinks that Delstria is going to lose.
Oh, right? Absolutely.
Like everyone thinks that she's going to use, especially without her bow, without her armed at a distance. It's just, she's massive and she's really quick and she's darting around and stuff really quickly, but they think that she's going to lose.
Delstria thinks she's going to lose.
As Shaden walks by Tor, you don't hear the words, but you can see like the way he's talking, and you can even read out like his lips as he's saying it to Tor. And he says to Tor, "She is the one that made you weak. Hold nothing back."
Delstria's going to have to do an alignment check on this Shaden dude. Maybe some psychometry on him.
Okay.
Once you go in the cabin with Delstria and she does her woo-woos, you don't come out the same.
After watching Shaden talk to Tor,
not good.
I'm gonna grab Veldrin's hand and we're gonna move so where like Delstria and Tor are.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be kind of in the center because I don't want to show that I'm showing.
Oh yeah, along the side, but yeah, and people get out of your way since your status, obviously. You get up there right to the front. And you hear this huffing sound as Bear is behind you, breathing heavily, still not managing the food that he ate last night. All of you are a little bit banged up from last night. Tor, as he gets ready, you see that even without the weapon cords there, and without the weapons like pulling, and his on his clothes and stuff, the ghosts messing with him and stuff, you feel like you can see that they're actually kind of pulling his hands back, and they're interfering with him. Like he shakes his head a little bit and stuff, and some of the blood guards like laugh, and they kind of shake their head too, and they kind of they're obviously they're teasing from the other side of the ring.
Can I catch Tor's
covert
glance? Okay. This is so bad because Tor never understands me. He's almost as bad as fucking Kylon with this.
He's really hard to know. He has to make a perception check also. You need
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Just
okay,
kidding.
so what are you trying to do? You're waving like
She's
this?
trying to whisper.
You're like,
Apparently,
this is that what you're doing?
with a fucking nat one. Yeah, apparently I'm trying to be like super sneaky, like Tor.
Yeah. Tor. He looks over to you and he kind of looks away. He tries to ignore you. You can tell there's a lot of emotion there. He does not want to be attacking Delstria, though. You can see that.
God bless America. I don't have anything for this.
Shaden walks over, and he once again addresses the crowd. He says, "We will see. We will see whether it is better to follow someone who is only going to pick up after you and put you together so that you may be a weaker person the next day, or if it is better to let someone lead you into battle that will bring Gorham and all of his fury against your enemies in the war."
I look at Tor and I say, caring about people does not make you weak. And remember who has fought beside you for the last 3 months.
As Tor walks up, you see that there's make a perception check. You are you have good eyes. You have good elf eyes also. It's not just your ears, it's your eyes.
29.
Let's see if he can hide it. Knowing Tor, he can't hide it very well, right? You walk up close to him, just 3 feet apart, and you see that there is a lot of doubt and questions in his eyes. And whenever you say that, he whispers, he says, all I want to do is to forget. And that's when we'll roll initiative.
I'm going to have something to click on to do things.
Oh yeah, you have to be around, don't you?
I need Tor's thing.
There you are.
I need Tor too. There we go.
There's Tor. Here, I'll get him off where he's able to be seen a little bit better.
I can't see Tor. I see
Yeah,
Tor
he's
now.
like a giant Tor stomping through. Okay, here we go.
Shit.
Oh my God, Tor has a 17 initiative.
I rolled a 2. We know how this is going to go.
What is at stake? Okay.
Tor's soul.
Tor's soul. Hey, you shouldn't be one talking about souls right now.
I have my soul. Thank you very much.
I have my soul. As Tor turns that questioning, that doubt into anger, you see that the brow furrows there, and he has this determination as he launches 2 strikes at you. Oh my God. The first attack is a 35 to hit.
Of course.
It's only 1d3, which will be 15 points of lethal damage. The second attack is a nat 1.
Oh God. Oh God, Tor.
With a 20 to confirm that critical miss.
You can't critical miss on a second attack.
No, you can't! Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doug Rules. It's a lower attack bonus. He can't critical miss, but he would have. So he swings once and punches you right in the face. And his second strike, you're able to dodge back, and he almost like stumbles forward, and you see the dirt underneath him pushing, as it seems like one of the ghosts even try to trip him, pushing him towards you, but he just kind of stumbles a bit. And then you react in your turn.
Oh,
God.
crap.
And remember, unarmed strike is not just punching, it's kicking, elbows, knees, headbutt, all that stuff.
Yeah, I forgot to pull my macro down here where I can...
Oh, I need to actually get over the right screen to see what you're doing too. There you go. Meanwhile, Sunny, do you want to start to do anything? Or are you just watching?
Yeah,
Do you want to challenge? You want to challenge someone right at the right moment? Challenge them to death, point across. It would be Sunny to do it.
It is very Sunny, but
she's
she's also come from a lot of this recently. So
Yes.
she's gonna hold Belgian's hand and she's gonna squeeze it so hard as Tor hits Delstria the first
Oh my
time.
God! You never thought you'd see that.
But
Ever.
she doesn't make any other move at this point. Like,
Okay.
Ouch.
Ouch. Ouch. Is that your response? Ouch.
Ow. All right, I'm gonna take a swing. $15.
You hit him. Oh, Libby, is that the full damage that you do?
Well, 1d3 plus 2 for my strength, yes.
Oh my gosh. You punch him and you punch him in the chest and it just doesn't seem to even affect him.
Of course not, because strength, I mean, Delstria
Right.
isn't weak, but she's not a
But
brawler.
you're not holding back though, are you? You're not holding back.
No, I just roll shittily.
Do you have a second attack?
I do. Okay, so this is shitty. On both of those rolls, because I rolled 2 die for some reason, one of the d20s on both of those was a 20. But not the one that actually... Well, because it was the second one instead of the first. Yeah.
So you punch very quickly and you're accurate. But whenever you're landing your punches, it's just like these light strikes, you know, against him. You just don't have that strength behind you. Okay. He is going to now try swinging up and elbowing you and then punching with his other hand. A 19 does not hit, though, does it?
No.
Your speed now, finally, to your benefit, you're able to dodge away very quickly. And the crowd is starting to cheer, and they start to chant now as they see that you're dodging out of the way. Shaden, as a good priest would, Shaden says, "We can only dodge away from danger so long in life before we must face our battles." Go ahead.
Did he only punch once?
I rolled twice, and that
okay.
was the high. Yeah, that was both of them. It was really bad. A 2 and a 3. Oh my God! Yes.
Oh my God, Delstria.
Now your strikes back at him, punching him solidly there in the stomach. Now he goes as he air escapes his lungs. And this And then the
Just miss.
second one you swing in, and he's able to finally like pull up an elbow, and you hit into his arm to no effect. Shaden says to him, he says to Thor, he says, welcome the fury and the assault that is brought against you. Welcome the battle, he says, and the damage that is done to you, for that means that you've truly lived in the glory of Gorham. He knows all the verses. This time a 29 to hit you. As he strikes for 20 points of damage, punching you right in the stomach while holding your back, just kind of grabbing a hold of you, punching you once and then letting loose. He tries to swing again with his other fist and he misses you.
Is it 20?
Oh my god. All right. So
Valdrin's like, he's like, what is going on? He is speaking like he is a madman.
So yeah, Shaman can't shut up. Sonny's voice is now going to join the crowd. So now I'm pissed.
Oh, now you are pissed.
All right.
Go. Think about what you're going to say, and you roll your dice. A hit. And another hit.
God, Delstria, 2 hits against Tor.
Yes.
Sonny's gonna call out, and while we look ahead at the battles in front of us, we learn from the past, and we embrace what we've already seen. The ghosts we are not running from, but we hold them close to our hearts, and they guide us to what is correct.
Oh, Sunny's learned so much in her time.
Livy, oh my gosh, she's gonna help you. Okay, Sunny, if you could make an influence check.
God damn it, dog.
This will be an opposed influence check.
Okay, hold please. I have to go back up here. Oh, because I was looking at spells because I was trying to pretend like I could do something.
I was trying to do woo-woos.
Influence!
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Your voice actually overpowers his. As you're talking from the sides, he looks over at you, and you can see he has anger towards you for you interrupting him and for you to be a spokesperson here to these people. How dare you?
Oh, sweetheart.
And other people now in the crowd now are starting to be swayed by you.
Before Tor's attack, I'm gonna say to kind of whisper to him during the fight, be like, look, you don't need to forget Asher. You just need to keep him close, but continue on. Trying to sacrifice yourself in this next battle is not the way to go. It's poisoning your mind. Oh, are you guys still there?
Make an influence check.
Oh,
make it. Yeah,
okay.
we heard you. Make an influence.
Oh, you guys
check.
froze for a second on me. 27.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Does a 25 hit?
Yes.
17 points of damage.
Okay. How are you looking?
I'm at 70 hit points.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay.
Punches you this time just like a trained fighter would. It seems like he's moving more mechanically and he's finally getting into the groove of things. His second attack, always just kind of wild as you're able to react with the first one. You see in his face that he's registered what you've said.
I just realized I didn't subtract 5 from that second attack, the last couple. That's okay. They still would have hit, I think. Oh no, yeah, the second one would not have hit. That 3 damage would not have hit.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I can subtract it out. That's fine. From here on out, I didn't know if you had a separate thing set up.
No,
I think you did spontaneously. You can tell that you got through to him. He's rolling things around in his head. He doesn't respond though during his attacks. You do see though that like you can tell in his face that there's still just like this cloud of confusion. Okay.
All right. Punchy punch.
Yeah, your go, and then Sunny's turn after that. Fuck yeah, punchy
18?
punch. You're actually doing really good.
Okay, second one. Oh,
Good solid hit this time. This is one of those like you hit him squarely.
Oh,
Holy shit. Or Libby.
can we critical hit on a second attack or only?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just you can't miss. Yeah, you can't do a critical miss. Oh my gosh.
No, wait, that's not a confirmed.
Oh,
it
if
isn't
I
with the
subtract
-5.
5, it's not.
Yeah, but it is still a
Fine.
hit. So 9 points more.
I knew I should have
Ooh.
used luck. That would have made it confirmed.
Why aren't you using luck? Oh my gosh.
It should be.
What is going on?
Next round.
Shaden.
Oh, is it Sunny's turn?
Yeah, it's Sunny's turn in a way. Because I think that she's really good responding about Shaden. Shaden is going to look at Tor now as he gets punched twice, and one of them, like you almost like punch him like directly in the nose. Like he leans back and it's in the chin, and his head goes back. And Shaden says, "Too used to being picked up after. Too used to being the one that cuddles and cradles people. If he'd been allowed to train fighting, if he'd been hardened by the laws of combat, allowed to grow, you would not see this man before you taking these punches. Only in his weakened state, which we are beating out of him, will he grow to his full potential." Oh, Sunny.
Oh.
Sunny, why weren't you here during that month to deal with Shaden?
Because I was busy dealing with the rest of the fucking barbarians, okay?
I didn't realize Shaden was doing all this bad shit.
Well, you were so busy doing everything else. I mean, it's really no fault of yours. I mean, yeah. This guy has tore down and made him feel like shit. And somehow he's gotten to Tor.
Sunny is going to respond because it's what she does. Because
Sunny draws her machete.
No.
I kind of want Shaden to step into the ring here. I can punch him in the face.
Also, that would be great, but no. Sunny is going to smile across to Shaden and just call out. Or you support your brother next to you on the battlefield. You raise them higher than they could achieve by themselves. No matter what god you follow, Gorham knows that only if you do everything you can do you deserve an honorable death. Letting yourself fall is not honorable.
Oh, that is awesome. Influence.
God damn it, Doug, please stop. Please stop.
Here, I love it. I finally got to a scenario where Libby's doing hand-to-hand combat and you're doing influence checks. I love it. It's wonderful.
Charisma, dog.
This is like my birthday present. This is like my early birthday present.
Sunny understands the barbarians better than Delstria, so
she does, and she's role playing this out just really well, and she's getting bonuses.
Thank God for that, 'cause
as you're saying this, Shaden looks across at you, and he kind of just shakes his head, and you see that he pulls out from a a leather strap that's wrapped around his forearm. He pulls out what all the ghost wolves actually have as far as their clan. He has basically some white powder, and he starts to put powder around his face, designating himself as one of the ghost wolves. And you see that this has been rubbed off. It was smeared or something. Maybe you didn't notice it before, but he's highlighting his clan now as you're talking.
We
You
need
don't know if
Suika. We need Suika to come deal with him.
Well, somebody was partying. So at that
I
point,
had other things to do. Sorry.
At that point, Tor is going. He's going to say to you, Delstria. He says, "I can't stay weak," as he swings again.
My poor baby. I love him.
Oh, so weak. A 26 to hit.
It hits.
And only a 19. So once again, only one hit, but my lord, he hits hard.
He does.
17 points of damage.
Okay. I'm going to say to Tor, you've never been weak. And we're going to use luck. Gonna turn that bitch on.
You gotta turn that bitch on. I'm like, what the hell weren't you using that before? Okay.
So it would
now
be a plus
she's getting
3.
Serious. Now she's getting serious. A plus 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh
no.
my god. Your strikes, by the way, each time you're hitting him, so much more precise than he is swinging at you. And you know that the crowd is noticing that.
Okay. Like, I'm going to say to him also, you've let him make you believe that it's weak to have family fight beside you and carry you. Listen to Sunny. What she says is true. Never told Delstria say that again.
Right? Like, did hell just freeze over? Because
you're whispering this to him, right? You're not saying it's not.
Yeah. Right.
You don't want anyone to hear that shit. Oh, sweet.
I see like
22.
Delstria just like slapping him in the face, like, fucking stop it.
Yeah, she's like, whack. Like, she's super fucking quick. Like she's a dancer on the battlefield right now with him. He is the lumbering, like, inevitable force, right? Like, if they're in this long enough, and if he lands enough hits, he's definitely doing more damage to her. But every single time Delstria is in there, like, she is a trained combatant. Like, she knows how to get out of the way of these blows, and she's giving it back extremely well for somebody that's much smaller.
I've just never had to be in melee before. I'm just
right. I've never had to be. Yeah. It's up to you now, Sunny. As Valdrin, holding your hand tightly, he says to you, I do not like that man.
For some reason, like green eggs and ham popped into my head.
I do not like him.
I do not like him, Sim. I am.
I do not like him on a pike. I do not like him while riding my bike. The barbarian version would involve this person being slaughtered in so many different ways. And it would still be like, I don't like him. That'd be a wonderful cartoon.
All right. Still smiling, trying to keep a kind of more upbeat, even though this is like super serious and like she might be a little panicky on the inside, seeing Tor just beat the shit out of Delstria.
I'm sure I've given him a bloody nose.
Oh, you have.
I'm sure you have.
Oh, absolutely.
That's probably it.
He was dealing significantly more damage than the other.
You've taken a third of his hit points.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like he's getting battered.
Yeah. So as Shaden is war painting himself.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? I'm so excited that this
Come at
finally
me,
came
bro.
up.
Is that
Ready?
what you're gonna say?
No.
I challenge
Um,
you.
She is going to say, I may not be a Bloodgar proper, but I was taken in by one of your captains, and I have many friends among you. I may not be a ghost wolf proper, but I am protected. And she's going to pull out the talisman with the ghost wolf symbol on it because she still has it and she's wearing it because I don't have a talisman of lesser restoration right now. But yeah, one talisman broke. But so she's going to pull out that one.
Okay.
But I am protected and I was welcomed into their camp. I have met with the Blades of Arrowmore. I have met with whatever other one that I can't think of right now, but Sunny would definitely know what other tribes there were.
The Tiger Lords.
There we go. Thank you. All I could think of was the White Scars, and I was like, I haven't met them yet. I have met with the Tiger Lords, and we have agreed that we have a common enemy, and it is not amongst ourselves. And while some of us prepare to attack each other in anger, in fear, I say we need to focus on the real enemy ahead.
Roll it up.
Oh my god.
You can do it.
Influence. That's not terrible.
Oh my god. Tor, you are just so as she's saying this, the priest starts preparing his own response, and he starts talking and preaching. But Delstria, you don't hear any of that. You hear Sunny's words, though, and you see Tor listening, and you see like tears starting to build in his eyes. And his hands kind of go down a little bit more out of their guard. And he is going to
punch me again?
Not use power attack as he's punching you. And you don't know if it's intentional or not, but the swings that he's making now are slowed down, and you're able to dodge them quite easily. Sunny, could you make a perception check?
Yeah.
And Delstria, I'll give you a perception check with a bonus. It's gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Sunny, you're convincing the crowd.
Good job.
Thank you.
That's our little barbarian princess.
Yeah, you really are. You're one of them. You are maybe not overriding what the shaman is saying, but you're providing a different perspective. Less of a Armageddon is coming, the end is near, pour out everything on the battlefield because you're going to be dead. You'll never see the people that you care about again.
It seems more like Pharasma type teachings.
This is definitely what she's doing in contrast.
No, not her. Shaden.
Shaden.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Pharasma is death is going to happen, but she's not all about the, I guess, meeting it through battle no matter what, or chasing it
wait, who's
in
the
battle,
Maybe it's not. Wait, who is the follow? The dwarf in the Kingmaker game?
Grotus.
The end. He's more of like the nihilist kind of view in a lot of ways.
That's the vibe I'm getting from Shaden almost, though.
Kind of weird. Anyways, regardless of that, that's not what your perception check's about. Sunny,
Hmm.
you are persuading them, and you
Mm.
feel that if you are allowed, this could be a statement. However this works out, it's going to be a statement to these barbarians. It'll spread throughout the camps.
Oh my god. Okay.
Shaden is going to always have like a portion of people that follow him, right? But it doesn't have to be everyone, and they don't have to be all made into fanatics. Like if they have enough doubt going throughout the Bloodguard tribe, you think that that is enough to disrupt them from this fanatical belief that this is going to be their last battle, and and to throw themselves in there. And you think that you're making headway. You think that whatever happens in this battle is going to help to determine that. Delstria, you start to see that Sunny's words are affecting Tor.
Excuse me.
It's almost like, it's not like they're breaking a spell, but it's almost like he's second guessing what he's been told and what he's been around here recently, to the point where you think that he might actually stop fighting you. And if he stops fighting you, in a way, you think that that could be the worst outcome.
So I should make sure he keeps going. Yeah.
That would be the worst outcome. And you can tell through the last round he's not trying as hard.
Okay. As I'm getting ready to punch him again, I'm gonna say to
Stop being a pussy. As you
Yeah.
punch him in the face.
no. I'm gonna say to him, you have to keep going. You can't stop fighting me. I'm like, you have to see this through, but just know that you're not weak and you never have been.
He says,
Punch.
he's punching. He says, I don't want to hurt you.
No, it's my turn, not his.
It's his turn. It's a
No.
new round.
Yeah, I didn't go. He
Yes, you
just
did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't.
You
He's-
win,
No,
and then
he
it's Sunny's
no,
turn.
he punched twice and missed. No, he just punched twice and missed.
Oh, he
and
did
then-
punch twice and twist.
And
You're
then
right.
you guys did your thing and talked.
Did you say punchy twist? Did you say punchy twist?
No,
No,
he
twice
punched
and missed.
twice and missed.
No,
and-
you're right.
and
You jumped
then
out of initiative.
Yeah,
is why
and then
Sunny
Sunny and
should've
Shaden.
It's
It's my
all
turn.
Sunny's fault.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead then.
So plus 3, 26.
Yes. You hit him.
So minus 2, 11.
Ah, that one misses. That's whenever you lean in there
Yeah.
and like you're talking to him and you try to punch and then you kind of lean in to tell him that. Both the priest and Sunny continue on. Sunny.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna continue talking because I'm focused solely on the priest. I'm not actually watching the fight anymore. I don't
Uh-huh.
I care what happens, but not really. I'm more interested in watching.
You know he's
Crazy
not going
man
to
over
kill
there.
me.
Exactly. I'm not really worried about that. I know that not all of us are going to make it through this war, but I want you to know that I would give my blood for any of you to survive, and I look forward to celebrating after we've taken down the Technic League. I am proud to stand on the battlefield with any of you, and if I could save you, I would in a heartbeat, without second guessing myself, because that is what a good tribe does.
Oh my god. I'm going to roll an assist here, as you do kind of have the leader of the Black Horse tribe also right by you. He, Valdrin is going to put his fist up in the air, and he is going to say, we will defeat the Technic League. We will raid the storehouses. We will restore this country to the glory that it can be. He says, we have much to live for. He says, and only one focus to kill. He says, we do not have to be fighting among ourselves on ideologies or how this should turn out. He says, fight with all of your heart, but do not fight in a matter that is destructive to your future. I'm going to roll for the shaman now, and you can roll for your influence check, of course, Sonny.
Oh, fuck my life.
You and him combined.
Oh, those are horrible.
Yeah, it is.
Force really bad. The good thing is Valdrin's is a 35.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
because my husband has like massive high charisma. It's
he can't fight though. He really can't fight.
No, he
He's more of
can't.
a politician.
It's
You
fine.
married a cute politician. Is what you
Great.
did.
Hey, we balance each other out, okay?
Shaden looks across at you and he says, words of wisdom spoken. He says, but still people must fight. People must die. We gladly throw our lives down at the mortar of those walls made from metals of the sky, rocks, and bones of people who built them, to be able to ensure victory for everyone else. We will bring the glory to the battle so that others may be able to enjoy these things that you speak of. We gladly give our lives. And as he says this, it doesn't have as much impact among the barbarians there. Matter of fact, some of them look around at each other and one of them's like, well, how am I going to be fucking all of my slaves if I'm dead? And the other one like jabs him. He says, you're damn right. He says, how am I going to raid down to the south if I'm dead? And now there's more people like obviously getting torn apart from this Shaden and his teachings. Next round. Let's do some rolling. Tor is consistent with one punch around. Super consistent. Punches you again. This time, not a power attack, of course. So this is going to be 11 points of damage as he hits you. Shaden, I'm going to roll. Shaden is going to step up almost into the ring. He looks down at the edge and he says, why aren't you trying harder? Why are you not trying with all of your might? This is what makes you weak.
I look at Shaden.
He's a bad boyfriend. I don't know if they're officially boyfriends. He's bad. Bad boyfriend, though.
I look at Shaden and I say, why do you feel the need to tear him down? I'm like, trust me, he's trying hard.
Go ahead with your round if you want to fight.
My bloody face should... Yeah. Oh, did that? No, oh, yeah, there it goes. 27.
A hit. And another hit.
God, or 20.
Tor is bloodied.
Delstria is very bloodied. I'm at 42 out of 122. He's taken down 2/3.
This fight, as it's continuing to go on, Shaden starts to hum and sing now.
I mean, if I were to surrender, they would just look at me as as a wussy, and it wouldn't reflect bad on Tor. But then Tor wouldn't get the glory of defeating his opponent.
You think that if you took a really good punch, you could definitely roll a covert check or an influence check, either one, whichever one you'd like, to play it off as if you actually got knocked down or knocked out.
If I take a really big hit, maybe I'll do that, or
Okay.
Or at least fall to the ground. I don't know.
Sonny, do you want to do anything else as he's starting to chant the Gorm Skirgat? And he's starting to recite its verses. And others around him are starting to recite the verses also. Not everyone in the crowd, but there's a number of the Bloodgars that are. It seems like Shaden's done talking as he looks over at you. And he's just looking across the battlefield at you. Sonny, now.
Whew, Sunny is on fire at this point. All right. I see that you only focus in places where you think you have a chance of winning.
God, you called him out completely.
Oh, I'm totally going to call him out. The two in the ring are not weak. You see, as you didn't step into the ring to face her, instead making someone who is unsure of himself at this moment to do it. But that is okay, because no matter the outcome, we will raise them both up in celebration and toast their victory today, because together we are strong.
I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. Do you want to, would it favor you if you made a society or religion check instead to call out maybe some tribal truths or something like that along with what you're saying? Would this help at all? Or do you have a skill other than survival and nature?
Honestly,
you put all your points in spellcraft. Now I remember.
I did. Literally all of my points are in spellcraft.
Because what would Doug do but have the entire campaign be spellcraft, perception until when you really need them? Those other skills. Yeah.
Honestly, religion would probably be the best I can. And since he is doing the Gorm Skagat, I would like to pull in as much of Gorumness as I can into my speeches.
Sure.
Alyssa just doesn't know that much about Gorum.
Sure. No, that's fine. Make a religion check.
Industrious, but she fucked up so badly.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. You start bringing up, as he's chanting verses, you pull apart part of the verse and then you say, this says this, but, da 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 da. Celebrate our victories like we will celebrate the victory of both of these here today. And it's like you're pulling up things as he's saying that kind of coincide with what you just were talking about. And his face gets just crunched up with anger as he looks across at you. And you see his fist ball up and he still keeps chanting, but he barely holds it together. You can tell that he's about ready to lose his calm completely.
Oh, good. That's what I want him to do. I want him to attack me.
Valdrin, squeezing your hand, notices, you think. And he says, it will be a pleasure to give him what he seeks out in combat today. Your husband is unhinged.
I mean, it works
Aren't
well
we
with me,
all
so
a little
they
unhinged?
really work out well together. Tor, 2 swings this time. I don't think either one of them hit. Oh, poor Tor. 23, does that hit?
No.
He misses you with both attacks.
Oh.
And Shaden stops the chant now just to say, the ghosts will win. They will always tug at your soul if you allow to face your enemies like that. If Kylon was here, you think that he'd be dead by now.
Yes,
Shaden.
absolutely. But it's okay.
Delstria, you're up.
Delstria is not sure what to say.
That's okay. Sunny's doing all the talking. You're fine.
Yeah,
Just
you're
keep
fine.
going.
You actually are doing really good there.
So a 20. So there's 8 more damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
How's Tor looking?
You punch him 2 more times, and he is like, you can tell that he's not feeling the best. I mean, you've seen him worse in combat, staggering around, with barely a breath within him. But you can tell that the fight, honestly, is out of him for the most part.
All right, so the next time he actually hits me, I might take a dive. We'll see.
Sunny, anything?
Oh yes, Sunny has a whole response to this.
Oh my god, I love it.
I'm on fire tonight. All right. The ghost will not weigh you down. The ghost of our past will provide guidance. We cannot forget our past. We hold them close and let them teach us how to be better versions of who we are.
I'm glad you caught on that. Oh my god. Religion or society?
Let's go religion again.
You caught something that time. Shaden was angry. He yelled out something loud enough where other people could hear it to Tor. But a lot of the people in the crowds don't know there's anything about ghosts. They think the guy's cursed, or that there's some kind of background there that makes it to where he's completely klutzy. Maybe some of these actually even haven't heard or seen or witnessed. And you turn it completely on its side. It makes it sound like Shaden was insulting the ancestral spirits, about telling Tor that he couldn't be guided by the spirits of the ancestors, by telling everyone around here that they shouldn't trust in their forebears and those who came before them, that they often pray to for guidance and for support. And that gets a number of the Bloodgars now scowling across at Shaden, like as if he's insulting the ancestors in what he's trying to tell Tor. A lot of them don't know Tor has ghosts pulling or tugging or manipulating him. They have no idea. It's not like he's world famous and showing himself off in public, He's not been caught in battle by any of these people, witnessing him in battle. I mean, this is something that's a slap in the face to all the barbarians and their heritage, what Shaden just said, or what you make them think that he said. And he has his hands up and he's like, no, I did not mean, that is not what, stop this whole thing. Stop. That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. And he goes walking into the circle now.
Oh.
As he steps a foot into the circle, arms grab him and pull him back out, as it's dishonorable to interrupt in a fight like this. And he lands on his back outside the circle, as some of the Bloodgars now are yelling at him and pointing and screaming about their ancestors now right in his face. And this is when Bloodgar magic takes over, because Bloodgar magic is a special sort of barbarian rage craziness that you've been able to witness a few times. At this point, you can see in their faces they're about ready to lose it. A number of the people that were by Shaden that heard what he said.
Does Delstra need to go cast Calm Emotions?
Delstra is in a combat right now. As Tor is going to continue, because he's laser focused, he's going to continue. Love it. He can't hit you anymore. No, I think he might have hit you actually. Does a 27 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, 11 points of damage. And the crowd is very distracted right now.
Okay, Delstra is down pretty low. She's down to 31.
You're fine. This will be over in a second. So
She looks pretty beaten up.
Okay, well.
Do you want to drop? Do you want to take the fall?
No.
You're gonna stay up. You're gonna stay up. Okay. All right. So you keep your stance there. You kind of get a little bit wobbly there, but then you get back.
Yeah,
up.
I'm a little woozy.
You're a little bit woozy. All right, and it's your turn.
Ugh.
You ever thought Delstra would be in a hand-to-hand combat with Tor?
No. Well, given all the times he's been confused, maybe.
not like this though.
Not like this.
Never
19.
like this.
Hits, of course.
For a wussy mount.
Yeah, well, it's consistent.
18.
Another hit. Yeah, he has 65 points of damage on him. 65. And he is now, he's looking like he's kind of, woozy there too. He does not have as many hit points as you do. You have ridiculous amount of constitution for some reason. And don't you have toughness and stuff too?
No.
You just have a lot of hit points for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why, but
I have 122.
Yeah, he only has a little bit over 100. So,
My con is
How do you have 122?
my con is 16.
yeah,
Oh,
that's why.
that's why.
Yeah, con 16 is really good. So
As the rest of us are like,
Yeah. Mhm.
definitely don't have that.
yeah, no.
So that's
12
3 extra
maybe.
hit points I get each level for that. So
It's huge. Huge bonus. Okay. Yeah, he looks like he's about ready to drop. But not because he's he's gonna get knocked out, but he just is. There's not much fight left in him.
My poor baby.
There's a huge distraction though with Shaden there, now being piled upon, and you see some people that they're not punching him yet, but they're holding him down and yelling at him, and you think they're about ready to lose their cool. Do you want to do anything, Sonny? Because this is a time that you might be able to actually. You might be able to push things over the edge.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a part of me that really wants to because it'd be really fucking funny. But Sunny is gonna let go of Elgin's hand and she's gonna walk over to where this distraction is,
This
staying out
crowd
of the
of
ring.
people.
By the way, like she's walking on
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
outside of the ring,
along the
but
outside, yeah. Mhm.
making sure she's not stepping in. And she's gonna kind of like make her way in where Shaden is like being held on the ground. And she's gonna lean over and then she's gonna like offer her hand. I am not your enemy here. You have lost this fight. Take it graciously.
Oh my god. One last influence check. He looks up at you and it seems like he just he doesn't even know what's going on. Like he's almost like he's flabbergasted, shocked, that it would come to this point. Maybe even shocked at his own actions. He stares up at you, and you can see just this hatred pouring through him. And he says, "I will not take your hand." He says, "But I will not waste my time with a loser that is only going to be defeated when the first rain of arrows comes upon us." He says, "I will teach those that are willing to listen. You can have him back."
Oh, Sunny's trying so hard not to do something terrible.
Does Tor hear this?
He is not yelling it, so I doubt Tor, with his amazing perception skills, can't hear it. He doesn't hear it. You might be able to, Delstria. Roll perception. It's going to be a 30 DC. Oh my god.
Of course,
How
Delstria
the
can hear it.
fuck can she hear this while she's in a battle, in a ring, like 10 feet away at least, while he's on the ground? You hear it. You hear every word.
Mm. That makes Delstria very, very mad.
Yes, I bet it would. This whole session is about
Making us mad.
making us mad.
Sunny would like to respond.
Well, we have to go back to the combat.
Oh my god.
What's going on?
Well, Delstria. It's not Delstria's round yet.
A 25 to hit.
It hits.
Oh my god, this might be 2 hits. Maybe no, not 24 to hit.
That hits.
2 hits.
He might drop me.
3. Probably not, because he's not power attacking anymore. 11
Takes me down to 20.
and 10.
Ooh. Oh my.
All right. Delstria is barely on her feet. She's going to turn to where Shaden is on the ground and say, he never belonged to you. He never belonged to anybody.
God. Tor's like, what?
What?
Yeah, what? Huh? As he turns distracted, looking that way. I'll give you your bonus on your attacks on this round with Tor distracted. And you're always hitting anyways. I don't know why that would matter. I can't say you get a rubber mallet to hit him in the head with now. Yeah.
No kidding.
You're gonna hit him regardless, right?
Yeah, well, next round, Delstria is going down. She'll be unconscious, probably.
Okay.
And then... Oh, can't critical miss, but yeah.
No.
Oh man.
I am so woozy that I just like...
you're like ugh. And you're almost when you're punching, you're thinking about punching that shaman on the ground, you know? It's just like you're just like, oh, you know, and you turn at the last minute and it's like, fuck, it's Tor, hitting Tor. Sunny. He's not accepting your hand, but the blood gars, one of them like pushes him down to the ground and his head like hits hard against the ground. And the blood gars like, you insult our ancestors one last time. It will be the last time that you speak, shaman. Not even Gorm will be able to save you. You think that one is not quite as devout as he was earlier in the day.
Shocking. Shaden, you may practice your beliefs, but you will do it elsewhere. You are no longer welcome here. Go home.
Oh my god, you're expelled.
Oh, I am totally kicking him out.
Expulsion from the camp. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. His mouth drops open and he says, you wouldn't dare send me home. He says, away from here. He says, these people need me and my teachings. Oh my god. Your word carries weight, though. You are the chiefess of the Black Horse tribe, the leader of which is lined up to become the next Black Sovereign of Numeria. This issued command, heard by the Bloodgars, they will fully carry it out. This man will not be in this town by nightfall. My God. By Sunny comes out. She's like, no, you didn't. You get out of my camp. My God. Oh my God. Meanwhile, while the fight goes on, and there's a good third of the people paying attention now. Oh my God.
Does he hit?
11 points of damage on the first hit.
Yep, that puts me at -1.
He punches you. As you start to topple, you don't see it. Your eyes close, but everyone else sees it. As you start to fall, Tor drops down beside you to grab your head before it hits the ground. And he holds you there, and he puts his hand, and he starts chanting, and immediately starts to heal the damage that he's done. Your eyes open, and you see your friend holding you, and there's tears running down his face as he looks at you, and he says, sorry. I'm sorry.
Delstria's just I'm gonna smile up at him and say that was a good hit.
he nods and smiles, and he kind of just holds you there as you hear barbarians around you in some kind of scuffle. Sunny, you're seeing this. They start to lift up the shaman, and they start to push him away. And each one of them is not wanting to carry or escort, but they're just pushing him out of the circle. And then others are pushing him towards the path, and they're pushing him basically up towards Torch to get his things. And now there's a group of 30 of them that are just following around, just pushing him every several feet as the blood guards now start mocking. They are hard. They'd be a very tough crowd if you're a stand-up comedian, as they start to just, like, all the way back to Torch. They have a majority of them, not everyone around the circle. There's a number that really are devout believers of Gorm that would never do such a thing, but they don't intercede in this man's fate. And you've won one of your allies back to you on this day. One that could have been lost to the front lines of battle. Oh my God. And that is where we'll end the session tonight.
Oh my God,
Well,
Doug.
Well, Delstria wants to reach up and wipe away Tor's tears and cast Cure Serious Wounds.
Yeah, you're like healing buddies. Your arms pass each other on their way of healing. Romantic music starts to play. He holds you. You hold him.
Yeah. I'm sure my slaps
This burst
didn't...
of light coming from all around you. Someone would think that you might be romantically involved if they didn't know better. Yeah. So, yeah, you definitely. I would love to hear, of course, how you come about the next several moments, and maybe that's best to think about and to tackle next week. I will be saying this, so next week we will have maps on the drive. I will go and I will do my painstaking click, 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 making boundaries on the maps. And we're going to have new pictures and NPCs and everything, because next week we're going to come up with a plan for how the Torchbearers can help in the assault against the Technic League and their control of Starfall. Dun, dun, dun. I hope you guys had a good time. I really liked that session.
Dougie, I was so diplomatic. I'm so proud of Sunny.
You were so
Sunny
freaking awesome.
did wonderfully. Delstria is going to have to say to you, she didn't know when you became so eloquent.
I was giving you a big bonus on each one of those rolls too, even the 4 that you had, because of just your your time spent there among the tribes finally and doing the diplomacy there, but also just the way that you role played it out was awesome. Like, that was just awesome. So yeah, you guys did excellent, both of you. Pulling back in a tribe member into your tribe that was being tempted, that was being led down a treacherous path of Gorham belief that
Motherfucker, he wasn't going anywhere. He can't have Tor. Tor's ours. I love him.
Tor's my buddy.
Can't have Tor. Can't have Tor.
No.
So cool. Well, awesome. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of things to figure out. I'm definitely looking forward to the book 5 because it is definitely more of like an infiltration kind of thing. So that is if you choose that path. I would recommend it because actually it kind of puts the torchbearers as kind of, I guess, spies in a sense, but also like working internally to kind of disrupt the Technic League and the Black Sovereign and some of their strengths, basically turning them against them so that they are not able to put up much of a defense against the barbarians, and basically so there's less death involved, which true Gorhamite, of course, would not believe in such behaviors, but I think Tor is going to be convinced that where his role is and who really cares about him. And I might be saying this, Tor might lose some faith here in the process.
Oh no.
Well, the good thing is his powers come from horrible fey spirits that kind of haunt him. So
that's true.
They don't come from the worship of Gorham. So even if he lost his faith in Gorham, he'd still have all of his powers.
Yeah, but
so
still.
We'll
My
see.
poor
It's a path. It's a journey that he's on. Everyone's growing a lot. Aren't we all growing? Isn't it great?
But we don't know about Kylon.
No, we don't know about Kylon, do we? Huh.
That's fine. Well, we will deal with Kylon next week. Let us tackle one problem at a time here.
I love it. The Torchbearers are going to go on a road trip to hell.
We don't have time to go to hell right now, Doug.
We don't have time to go to hell right now. Not that we won't.
Black Sovereign,
We just don't have time right now.
Hey, Black Sovereign, I know that we're supposed to start this war, but can we hold off for a couple months? Because
we need to go. We need to go get our big heavy hitter.
Hey, you did make a pact with the devil. Maybe he can transport you somewhere else.
Maybe, yeah.
My God.
Also, can
be
we
like,
take
sorry, have you seen him? We need him.
The wanted poster in hell that you're walking around with.
Can I just take a moment and explain to you how jealous I am, Libby? Doug never lets me make a deal with the devil. I've tried in so many games.
It was your party.
And
your party wouldn't let you. I was going to let you. And it was with a pit fiend. It was a bigger devil than this stupid heresy devil.
Know. I'm really sad.
And you could have a dinosaur golem, so you broke it. It's not my fault.
Delstria did what she thought was best for Numeria, since
she really did. She was willing to sacrifice herself. I will say this, Delstria. I would not want to be a Delstria that gets killed before the end of this game, because there's not going to be a process of just resurrecting you very easily. So you just hold on real tight. You hold on to your soul, and you don't let go of it even for a second. Not even for a second.
Well, I do have the amulet. Would the amulet be quick enough acting to?
Yes, Breath of Life definitely would. Nobody can take your soul in that amount of time.
Oh, question. Favorite DM
in the world?
I mean, yes, but all of the items that we have gone shopping for,
Mm-hmm.
Can I add them into roll 20
Yes.
now? Okay.
Absolutely. Everything should be able to be updated, because what we're going to go into next session is the planning and the implementing of that plan of going into book 5, basically getting you into Starfall. So there's gonna be a lot of hand waving with just things as they're getting prepared, and it's gonna go, where we maybe go ahead a week by the time you get to Starfall, or maybe a little bit less, but there's not going to be a lot of time here in Torch left over. There's a lot of problems that are going to have to solve themselves, and you have good people there in charge to work on those. Yeah.
Nope,
So
that's fine. I just want to make sure before I started adding items to make, because I know that trade had been stopped for a while. So
that was
it's been
that was
opened back up for a couple of
no,
weeks.
right, but I wanted to make sure that it
if
wasn't going to be an issue.
if Delstria hadn't restored trade, it was going to be really funny.
Ugh. Okay.
Very important.
And you said that we have our new items from
Yes.
Binox.
the
Yes.
good god Binox.
Mhm.
Yes.
Binox, you would only notice that Binox has scavenged small pieces of the rotting ship, like the metal pieces, the non-organic pieces, and it seems like he is very interested in trying to manufacture and integrate those into his war efforts for Unity.
Interesting. Okay.
But they're just little tiny robots that he has sending out there, so it's just little pieces of scrap right now. So yeah,
Right now.
Mhm.
Right now. Mm-hmm.
For right now.
Mm-hmm. I heard that. Don't worry, we'll kill another god. Oh, hey, Libby,
Yeah.
I have a question for you about Delstria, about Cassandra.
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell her that we have Hellion?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
No, I had
Really?
very, very little actual role-playing time with Cassandra Lee.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So I don't know what we would have discussed, to be honest, because we haven't really discussed that.
Okay, because
Cassandra was taking a time acclimating to her body, but honestly, I just didn't want to take up a lot of effort, like with role playing with her, because there's so many other things that probably were.
I had so many different things that I had to do during those 2 sessions. That
do you want to do you want to tell Alyssa what we were imagining, like during your sessions, like what she and Valdrin were doing during those periods of time?
Yes,
because
like
it was
during whenever like Delstria popped into town with the mob, Doug was like, I want you to imagine Sunny riding a horse through the fields and giggling with Valdron.
Yeah, and then Sunny in the bath right now.
Yes,
with Valdrin there.
Okay,
with the
to be
soap.
fair, there was a bath. That
There was a bath.
a very
There
large
was a
part
bath.
of the story. But yeah.
Yes. So I was informed that your first 3 or 4 days there were spent doing nothing but frolicking with Valdron. Yes.
Spa time.
I was at a spa.
And within the first 3 and 4 days of Delstria being here, she'd solved all the world's woes.
Hey. Sunny is a changed woman, and she is diplomatic now, and she didn't punch the shaman. So
she's been doing so well. Delstria has lost any of her diplomacy she gained during her solo sessions.
That's for sure. Delstria was about ready just to leap over there and just strangle the guy tonight. So, yeah.
Delstria loves her tour. She may not express it, but she does.
Yeah. Well, I think he understands that now. I mean, not that he didn't before, but
as I punch him in the face.
Yes, as you point. Well, I mean, that's how you show love.
Yeah.
He had this. He had obviously a lot of doubts the entire time he's been there with the group, but some of that was true, like him being held back, and that was his god's goal, is for him to be in combat and battle, and stuff. And he was kind of mitigated to the back and to heal up everybody and to do protective magic to make sure no one gets hurt and all this other stuff. And it's that's kind of how that guy slipped in there, with telling him how
I'm
he wasn't
so-
walking the path of a Gormite.
I am so sad because I always thought that Tor liked being in the back because then nothing could flank us.
Well, that's what he would say, but remember, it was Kylon that forced him in the back.
But then he threw
Well-
a hissy fit every time Sunny was in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Whatever.
Yeah.
Because what's worse than being in the back is being in the middle where you can't do anything, and there's
Actually,
a bare
that's
butt there in your way.
Mhm.
Actually, that's true. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this battle was just like this, like huge hulking guy, and this like he's like 6'3" or 6'4", I think, and
Mm-hmm.
Delstria is like I think 5'10" or something.
And
Just like
elf build
slim
versus like big
slim
human.
F build, like
Yeah.
dodging in and out, getting like, and he's just like whack, like with like, like
It'd basically be like that. He'd hold your head and hit you once, but then you dodge out of the way
Yeah.
and hit him like 4 times. Yeah.
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 At least
But
I was landing blows and dodging. I mean, at least I have good
Yeah. Really, really good.
dexterity.
I think actually you held your own considering everything. Like you would have gotten a lot of respect there from the Gormites and non-Gormites in that crowd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Considering everything, for
Yeah,
Delstria
absolutely.
being a ranged fighter, she didn't do too
Absolutely.
bad.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is bare-handed combat. I mean, come on. Yeah, that's crazy.
you didn't
So-
go down in one hit, so you were
You
doing
didn't
better
go
than
down.
Sunny did.
Oh my gosh. That would have been hilarious. One
actually-
punch, a knockout punch.
I'm
on
not
the
gonna lie to you. I'm
courtyard.
really excited that you stepped into that ring because I was really scared that it was gonna be me, and I was gonna be like, "Oh my god, all of this like
It's going to
progress that
happen
I've
again.
made."
It's
Yeah,
going to happen again.
Delstria was thinking back to that time and Scrapple. She's like, I can't let Sunny step
I
in there.
can't let her do it. I can't let her do it again.
Yeah, no, Sunny was doing the like, "Oh god, oh my god, he's gonna take me down. He's gonna kill me," and then all of this hard work that I've just did. All of these like blood guards are just gonna make fun of me some more. Okay.
Oh, it'd be horrible. No, I think I think it all worked out really well. You guys really played into your strengths and it was awesome. So you've saved a tour, and I'm looking forward to next week. Like I said, I think it's gonna be really good going into like a different feel that isn't like all dungeon crawly. The entire book. Like book 5 is not all huge dungeons. There are some significant battle areas, but it isn't the whole book, so it'll be a lot better. So
Well, I know Sunny's probably looking forward to just smashing the Black Sovereign's face or Gartron's or
if you want to, you can go
Both.
straight to it.
I don't think we're going straight to it.
Yeah,
we could be
Yeah.
teleported right into the throne room.
you could be.
Okay, except have any of our people actually been?
Do you
Devil.
remember the Black
Devil.
Seers, Sunny? Do you remember the Black Seers, them being mentioned?
Yeah, they're in my notes of we haven't talked about that yet.
Probably need to talk about
It's-
that one of these days.
We got distracted by someone telling me that they made a deal with the devil, and then Tor telling me that they didn't fucking send messages to Kylon. Okay?
There were a lot of distractions.
Delstria had a lot to tell you.
You're not wrong, and we have more to talk about. So much more.
Yeah, there's a little bit more at least. So yeah. All right. Well, I want to hear some conspiracies. There was a lot of like conspiracy tickler kind of things out there that were put out. Like you caught some of them, I could tell. So I got some conspiracies here. Conspiracies need to happen. No one knew that Bill would be part of a later plan in your lives, but I
Of
did. I
of
knew Bill would
all the
come
things
back.
that were gonna
He's
come
my
back,
arch nemesis.
Bill was not one of them, Doug.
I know,
So
right?
many things, like
30 sessions later, Bill pops up to be an asshole.
although I will tell you that I did at some point claim that Delstria's father was part of the Technic League and that they were working hand in hand.
You
So
did.
I don't think I'm that far off.
I don't think
Didn't
he
it?
was.
There's
mean, you
nothing
can be
in your
wrong,
notes
it's
that
fine.
would lead you
I
to believe
think-
that he interacted with them. Or
I
was
think
part
they
of that.
just found the technology.
Mhm. Could be.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Nope,
Okay.
I've got too
All
many
right, then.
things going.
All right. Ladies, have a good night.
Bye.
too.
Great playing. Bye bye.